Definitely not today.
Yeah, it's hard to really try to get your point across and be real emotional about how you feel about something and then have to stop and talk about how's your boner, you know?
Hey, Don.
Kind of rough.
Don says I'm full of S. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, it's Tom.
Whatever. Why am I full of S?
Well, you're full of S because if you were working at this other station spinning discs, you'd be playing them.
No, I wouldn't.
Come on.
Do you know anything about Anthony and I?
Yeah, I do.
You think if we were at Q104 in New York or K-Rock, we'd be sitting here spinning tunes?
No, actually,
Are you insane?
I just wanted to get on with you guys. I really have something else.
Well, you're not going to get to say it. Look, see? Opie's back to hanging up on people. Maybe we can move on at some point.
We got 2 more buildings that are ready to fall down.
Yeah.
You know, I want to start the show really by playing a message I got overnight. I've gotten a bunch of messages lately, but we all know Jeff Norris, Gorilla Boy. Jeff Norris is probably one of the toughest guys that I've ever met.
Yeah.
Very stoic.
Big judo guy.
Doesn't show much emotion. Will beat the living crap out of you.
Got karate tattoos.
He's got a psycho factor in his head that I respect and appreciate.
You got karate tattoos. You better be good at karate.
He's a judo champ.
I
Okay.
know.
Also, he was probably, I think, the first guest on our show when we came to New York, when we had no listeners and no one listening to the station we're on in New York. So we go way, way back, right?
Yeah.
And he's helped the show on many occasions. Well, he left a message overnight that just killed us in the office. I don't even know if you heard it yet, Anthony.
No, I have not.
So I think this message is a lot for what people are feeling in New York today, okay?
All right.
Oh, what's up, man? It's Jeff Norris. Man, listen, I just wanted to call you guys, and I don't know, man, I lost a lot of people in that thing, and I don't know. I just always felt like I could talk to you, you know? I just always respected you. I don't know, like all the guys from the judo team, and I want you and Ant to know how much I admire you guys, man. I mean, you didn't have to know people in New York to love them, you know? Like, you do a show, you come off stage, someone comes up to you like, man, Norris, I hear you on O&A, and you're funny. Man, you just love everybody. You don't know who else is killed. People are dead, man. I mean, so many good things happen, you know, like meeting Brewer and Jay, and you guys do so much for people, man. I hope you didn't know anybody who died there, but this ain't no plug or nothing, but I truly mean it, man. I really respect you and Anthony. I'll talk to you soon.
There you go, Gorilla Boy. Just letting it all out. There's raw emotion right there. Go ahead, go play your Jethro Tull song.
That's what a lot of people are thinking.
Go play your music, because it's time, you know, 2 days for a huge tragedy. 2 days is enough. Let's get back to playing tunes and then talking about products that make your schween last longer.
I wish it was time to go back to that.
Bunch of tools that are in this business. Bunch of program directors that just don't get it.
Tell you the truth, I would love to just go back to business as usual. It would be so nice.
But we're not ready.
Feeling it.
We're not ready. Listeners will tell us when we're ready.
Not feeling it.
I'm assuming maybe by Monday we could start moving in that direction. You know?
Yeah.
Do we go right back to the Opie and Anthony show that a lot of people know and love by Monday? You gotta be insane to think so. You know?
How long? This blows.
We'll slowly but surely get out of it, but just really disappointed in the other stations in New York. They just don't have a clue.
Again, I guess they don't have much to say either, you know. It's like everything's just been the people that have gotten on and just told what has happened time and time again, and you know, I guess they've run out of ways to put it.
So let's go play some Godsmack.
Yeah, I know.
Let's go rock. Yeah, let's go rock.
You open up the station and let the people talk. It's pretty much it. Pretty much what we've been doing. I think it's pretty good.
And that's what we're going to do. Once again today on our show, we're just going to open up the phone lines and let you guys talk, and we'll see where it goes. Anthony and I have absolutely no plan today.
No, there's nothing you can plan. What are you gonna, bring a comic on or something?
Right.
It's
Should we talk to Paula Zahn?
Paula Zahn.
Yeah. I can tell you this much. It's just really weird. I stayed in the city last night, and up in this area, 57th Street, you could smell the cloud.
Yeah, driving home, I saw the cloud of smoke has shifted direction. It was going over Brooklyn for the most part, and then it switched direction, and it was going over the entire island, Manhattan.
Right. But
stunk.
But it's a smell I've never smelled before. I don't even want to think what I'm smelling. The only thing you could say about it smells like burning plastic.
Yeah, it's burning plastic.
There's a burning plastic smell in the air. But also other smells that I don't want to think about. But it's there.
A lot of electrical smell, like when a piece of electronics burns out and you smell that smoke, it smells like that too.
Yeah. So I had the urge today because we had a couple hours to kill around lunchtime. I go, Ben, let's go and see how far down we could get. I just felt like I needed to get close to where all the action is.
Yeah.
And if there's anyone out there that could really help me out, I want to get really close.
You're insane.
I want to get really close.
Why?
For many reasons.
Watch it on TV.
I want to check it out. I want to be there. I want to get. I'm not going to sit there and talk to people. I just want to be in the area.
Dude, I want
to take it all in.
Mark is a complete nutcase sicko, and he's disgusted. And he's been down there working for Fox. He says it's the worst thing he's ever seen, and he says he does not want to go down.
No, I do want to see that.
No, you don't.
All joking aside, I do want to see that.
Why? Consider yourself lucky. That you're not in the position where you have to deal with that and see it. And thank God there are people that are willing to get relatively crappy money to do these jobs. Because I still have nightmares about the two little twins from The Shining, and horror movies. To see something like that, it'll just stay with you for the rest of your life and haunt you.
That's
so
all right.
I can't.
I'll take that chance. I want to go down there.
Well,
we got as far as Houston today, where there's a major perimeter. Every street corner, there's cops and sergeants, and you got to show ID to get from Houston down to Canal, right? Ben? And then there's another block at that Canal to go further south from there.
Yeah. You're not just talking the major streets like Broadway, West Broadway, 6th Avenue. Little tiny streets like Green Street, which is a tiny street, so completely blocked off from anywhere from 2 to 10 guys. Just
yeah, it's a completely different feel down there. Up here you could feel it, but when you get closer, you really feel it. We were in neighborhoods that we've all been to that are just packed with cars and people, and we're walking right down the middle of the street.
Yeah.
Which was weird upon itself. And then what corner do we have the best view, Ben?
Where are we? Of when we were on the street?
Houston and
West Broadway.
And West Broadway, right. You could just see the cloud.
And that's where you would see the Twin Towers.
And it's so much darker and more ominous down there. It is like, it's like an industrial smoke cloud just sitting there.
Yeah, it won't go away. Things are just still burning, and I guess the equipment that they're using is kicking up a lot of the dust. So as you're driving in or driving along maybe Jersey, looking over, all you see is smoke.
Yeah.
Where the towers used to be.
Yeah, and then you got people coming and going, at the roadblocks or where the police are barricaded off there. Mm-hmm. You see tons of doctors and medical people and construction workers that they're just exhausted. You can tell they haven't slept in days, walking, back out of the area.
That's another thing. There are a lot of trade guys down there, iron workers and whatnot. And you go into that line of work, you never expect that you're going to be put in a position where you have to deal with seeing mangled bodies. You're a fireman or EMT or a police officer. It doesn't make it easier, but at least going into it, you know that you're going to have to deal with this kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But if you're just a trade guy, now you're face to face with some of the worst stuff you couldn't even imagine seeing. And now you have to go home and deal with that the rest of your life.
Right.
I don't know.
Then we got on
something I don't personally want to see.
Then we got on the roof of a pretty tall building in the area, and it's just amazing the closer you get. It is just amazing.
Not only that, the smoke is rolling down the little streets again. These are little streets in Soho, like Green and Mercer, and you just see it coming down. It's bizarre. It's something you've never seen before.
Yeah, for people that aren't eyewitnesses to this, all the other cities and people that just haven't been down there, that see the newspapers and TV, they've started to print and show more pictures of the devastation. We dealt with watching it actually happening, but now as some of the smoke clears, you just see the cars on top of each other and just pushed over on parts of the West Side Highway. Like the blast of just the building falling was like another bomb. It went outward and tumbled cars on their sides. The fire, they're all just burnt. And some of those pictures are starting to make their way out, and it's just as disturbing.
And there's a few more buildings that will be coming down before this is all said and done.
Yeah, we just saw on the news a little while ago a bunch of people running away from the scene. It turns out that they got word that another one of these buildings around the World Trade Center complex is just coming down.
It's buckling.
Coming down.
It's about 57 stories or 59 stories, something like that.
The other thing wild about New York too is the amount of vigils that are out.
Yeah.
Last night, a huge one. I walked through Washington Square Park about 9:30, 10 o'clock. And the whole park was just lit with candles.
Yeah.
I've never seen so many candles. Just totally. And I met friends for dinner, and everyone came from different parts of the city, and there were vigils everywhere. Everyone saw one in a different neighborhood. And the craziest thing is there's a fire station right around the corner from where I live, and just the vigil set up, and a lot of those guys, were down there.
Yeah, driving in, I was.
You had a tough drive from Brooklyn, huh?
Yeah, Brooklyn's really hard to get into Manhattan from because it's south of Manhattan, and all the connecting tunnels and bridges are closed. So I have to go all the way up to Midtown and cut over through the Midtown tunnel. And cutting across Manhattan, though, I passed by one of the ladder companies, and they were backing one of their trucks in. And they stop traffic, and a couple of the firefighters get off the trucks, and they're just covered in that soot. The trucks are just filthy, and they got that look on their face like, they're just tired. And it's amazing the cooperation they get, because even the firefighters, when they're backing those trucks in, the cabs and the people, it's New York, we're in a goddamn hurry. And you'll see people blast through the second the truck just makes enough room for you to get in front of it. The traffic starts going up again. Everyone just sat there until that truck was in the firehouse before they started moving. And the flowers and candles and everything else in front of this firehouse, just amazing. People buying flowers from one of the stores right next door to the firehouse and just bringing them right over and putting them in front of it. And that's just, that's one of so many firehouses around the city that I'm sure the same thing's happening in it.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
All right, let's start with some phone calls. Stacy in Virginia. Stacy.
Hey, what's up, baby?
What's up?
Welcome to Washington.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you had your own hell down there.
Oh, my God.
I apologize that we're not focusing more attention on the whole Pentagon and everything that happened in Washington, but, I mean, it is just intense up here as well, so.
Honey, we are all under attack. Bottom line.
Yep.
By them attacking New York, by them attacking Washington, D.C., they came in our home. We have been violated.
Yep.
And I'm disgusted when I turn on the TV and they say they don't know who does it, yet we can see these people are singing and freaking dancing in the street like it's a party.
Yeah.
If I were in a country, first of all, I'd have fucking, if you don't want to drop the bomb, okay.
Yeah.
I said, don't drop the nuke. We don't have to drop nukes. I want it raining bombs in Afghanistan and Iraq. I want to give them 45 seconds,
Stacey,
not 45 minutes.
Stacey, it's going to be raining bombs. Yeah, sooner than later.
And the more I wait, it just scares me to death because I feel like, I feel like we've got rats that have gotten through our borders, snakes, demons that have gotten into our borders, and they're trying to hold us hostage. It's what they're trying to do. And I just want them to feel what we're feeling. If they want to meet Allah, let's let them meet him. I want to personally let you meet Allah. If you want to meet him, I'm sick of these little raghead bastards running around like it's and I got pissed. I was trying to call your show yesterday.
Yeah.
When this guy, first Tom, my name is Stacy, and then when I heard this other dizzy broad named Stacy, I almost ran to New York.
Yeah, props to Cleveland. The email that came in from Cleveland going, look, man, we all don't think like that Stacy chick from yesterday.
That is the problem. That's why we're having this problem today, because people thought like Stacy. When we went over to the Gulf War, we should have finished it then. It should have been finished then. Now we got to go back and do this all over again because we didn't want to hit civilians. We didn't want to hit hospitals. That's where they're hiding at. They're not going to be in the bunkers. They're not going to be in any military facilities. They're going to be hiding with the children. Mm-hmm. They're not children. They're breeding terrorists over there.
That's right. There you go.
All right, Stacey.
See? This is the anger that's out there.
Thank you, Stacey.
Thank you, baby.
We got to cut you off because
hang in there.
Go ahead.
There you go.
That want to talk today. All right. All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
You know, we're a very patient country for the most part because we've had a lot of attacks in the past against the U.S. military and even civilians. A lot of them. And we're either patient or forgetful. You know, but we sit and we don't react in a huge way because if we did, it would affect our way of life. And for the most part, we're very happy with the life we have here in this country. This, though, has put it past the point where any rational thinking human believes that we shouldn't do something. You know, we have to now react in a very big way. And this is the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back right here. With all the other attacks, no matter how horrible they were, you still had that on the fence thing where some people were, wanted to go in and kill, and other people like, hey, we don't know who it is, we should hang back. This attack, though, brought right to the biggest city in the country and the capital city, put it over the top, I think, for everybody. That now is the time. If the military action that takes place in response to this affects us personally now because, it affects our way of life now. If we have to be a little more secure about what we do and travel and whatnot, if we have to make some sacrifices because we're involved in a huge military operation, I think everyone's willing to do that now, just to protect us from this happening again.
There you go. And to all the other radio stations, you can't do a show and listen to people like Stacy today?
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
This is the easiest radio that you could do.
There are people scared and pissed, and
you guys are back to playing your music?
They gotta have a place to vent.
You get this type of radio, then you don't even belong in the business. This is the easiest thing. You just plunk down phone lines and let people vent.
It helps out.
Steve, what's up?
What's up, Dix? You mind if I vent for a minute?
What? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, first off, I can't stand on how everyone always bad hogs New York. All the New Yorkers are S. Look at us. We're helping people that we don't know out, first off. It's helping complete strangers. Second off, I couldn't find 10 of my friends. 4 are confirmed dead. I found 3 of them. I'm still missing 3 of them. And it just blows my mind. And third one, it's that I've been trying to get to the Marines for a bunch of times. They said I'm too nuts in the head, and I have gang-related tattoos. Now's the time when they actually need me, because I don't have a problem putting a bullet in someone. Now's the time when they need people like me. That just have the balls, just go pop a bullet in anyone they tell them. It's complete BS.
Yeah.
All right,
let's see what they do, man.
And all the people you lost, they were in the building?
3 were in the World Trade Center. There was one that was, there's 2 of them that worked on Wall Street. One of them was right by there. And, a couple of them worked right by there. Can't get a hold of a couple of them, but I know 3 of them are all right.
All right, man. Thank you.
All right, overnight.
There you go.
Here's another story from somebody that wants to
keep playing your Rush songs because that's more important than getting this out there.
Wants to call tools, but couldn't make it in on the phone line. Guys, I would usually call him, but I'm not sure I'd get through. I just found out I'll be attending the funerals of no less than 6 traitor friends of mine. And he says where they work, but I really don't want to put that out yet because he has numbers here. The CEO just came out and said that out of 1,000 employees that work there, 8 made it out. 8. My sense of loss is completely enormous.
Go ahead, keep playing your music.
6 friends.
I am infuriated by the rest of the New York radio stations. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. I'm embarrassed to be in this business today. Go ahead, do a twofer from Zeppelin or something. That's more important. Play your commercials, make your money. Paul.
Hey, Ope.
What's up?
What's up, man?
Oh, Paulie the bus driver.
Hey, brother, how you doing, man?
All right.
You know what the real tragedy is? It takes a tragedy for me to actually get on an hour before, now waiting an hour for Opie to actually punch the line down.
I usually don't have much to say,
I'm only
Paulie.
kidding. Listen, well, this is my story. I'm a New York City bus driver. I drive out of Staten Island. I bring people in on the express bus. I pulled in about 8:42 out of Quill Depot. It's on 40th Street and 12th Avenue. I went downstairs. I put on the Today Show, and Katie Couric is talking to Harry Belafonte. I go into the locker room. I start changing. A friend of mine runs down and says, a plane just hit the Twin Towers. And I go, get out of here, man. And he's visibly shaken. I have a camera. I run upstairs. Now, where we're at is by the Javits Center. We have a perfect view of the Twin Towers. We can see about from the 40th floor up. Mm-hmm. So I'm in the middle, and I see this gigantic hole. And there's about 25 of us that's up on the roof checking it out. And we're just, amazed by this. And about, 10 minutes later, we see this little blur and a small fireball turn into a gigantic fireball. And just to witness that, I mean, that whole day until now, every 3 seconds, that's playing in my head.
Yeah.
And everybody just turned like to stone and white-faced and like they hit the second one, and that really, really killed us. So automatically I grabbed my dispatcher. I said, listen, whatever you need from me, I'm a doer. You know that, Ope. Every time I'm with you, man, I say to you, whatever I can do at a road show, I'm there for you, man. You know that? And he told me, go downstairs, and we commandeered our radius of where we were. No cars were getting around because we had to get the buses towards the depot. Now they're closing the tunnel. People are coming over to the waterway, and they're coming up, and about a half hour later they hit the Pentagon. And I'm like, I have no radio, and I looked at the guy like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, what the F is going on? Total
shock, because, isn't that supposed to be the most secure place in the world, Washington, D.C.?
Anthony has brought it up a bunch of times, and we all...
Total amazement, man. Where's the missiles, the rocket-to-air missiles, the F-15s?
Right. We all thought.
Total amazement. So now I'm still getting traffic out of the way. Another guy comes up about a half hour and looks at me and goes, the first tower just went down. And I'm just shocked. Another guy comes by to me. They both went down. And people are just walking to the waterway, just trying to get the hell out of New York City. So now they're looking at me because I got the uniform on, and I'm like, I don't have a clue. I don't know what's going on. A guy comes over, hands me a radio, and I start listening to 1010 Wins. Other guys come over. I go back up to the roof. My dispatcher goes, we need 10 guys to go down to ground zero because we have abandoned buses down there now. And we have to get these buses out of the way because they're in the way. I put my hand up first. I said, listen, I want to go down. I get a posse of 10 guys. We're going across 11th Avenue, and it was like a ghost town. Beamers with the convertibles, no one in cars.
Yeah.
The whole thing strewn. It was literally a ghost town getting up there. We're passing police barricades because we're telling them we got to get down there. They're just opening it up with floodgates for us. We go along Water Street. We get to the ferry. It was like a nuclear snowfall. Gray everywhere.
The gray ash is falling.
The ash was everywhere. And you could not believe, just like there was an academy right in the middle of the street, a truck right in the middle of the street, just everything was like, really, it was like into the future of what a nuclear war is. Mm. And I moved to a spot where the 1 train and the 9 train is, where the Twin Towers used to be, and it's not there but black smoke, and it totally destroyed me. Yeah. And I'm there crying with my mask on, and now the superintendents come over and they go, okay, listen, we need guys to go to Maiden Lane, and Maiden Lane's almost in the heart of where it is, and I couldn't deal with it. I said, you know what? I can't really see this devastation, and I'm a tough guy, but I really can't deal with it, man. So I said, listen, let me just grab a bus. I go along Water Street, and I grab about 25 evacuees, and they open up the FDR for me, and I go along the FDR, and I go up 23rd Street, and they had every single rookie out of the academy. There was a cop on every block.
Yeah, well, of course.
And every time I go up to the next one, and I say, I got evacuees from ground zero. Boom. It was like Moses parting the Red Sea. That I got up to 42nd Street, and they had snowplows blocking the area that they just let me through, and I let these people off, and it was so grateful. I mean, I'm so glad I could have done something,
Paul.
Yeah.
Hate to cut you off.
I'm sorry.
You're really going on. We got a lot of people
sorry,
to
man.
get to.
No problem, man.
I'll tell you one thing. If it wasn't such adverse circumstances we're dealing with, I think we'd have played the silent game with you. or I think we'd have played the train.
I would have appreciated it.
All right, man.
All right, Paulie.
Thank you, brothers.
Thank you.
Take care.
You know what? I think at the beginning of his 20-volume conversation, Opie, the thing about this attack, you think of terrorism or plane crashes, even just cataclysmic events, they happen so quickly that all you really get to do is see pictures of the aftermath and read about the experiences after it happened. With the way this happened, with the first plane hitting and every camera in the world trained on that building and what happened, we saw firsthand a plane go into a building, 2 famous landmarks collapse, things that'll stay in your head for the rest of your life. You know, I remember standing there watching the TV and watching the World Trade Center towers crumble and just shaking my head. Like you're not supposed to see that. Even if it happened, which was inconceivable, you're not supposed to watch it on television. Yeah. You're supposed to see the big pile of wreckage and hear about what happened and stuff. It's supposed to be something that you don't watch on a TV. Right. Which is, it just burns those images more into your mind. And because of that huge cloud is just kind of sitting there. Yeah. A lot of us are convinced in our brains that cloud goes away and, okay, they're going to be there. You know what I mean? Because it's just still not that real. You know, I mean, it's real, but it's just, I don't know, it's numbing. Psycho Mark.
Gentlemen, how you doing today?
All right, bro. How much, Psycho Mark, how much cocaine are you doing to stay up this long?
Cocaine! I was hanging out with Pedro Guerrero all night.
I heard rumor that they're going to hire you to clean the dust off the streets with your nose.
Yeah, I should by now, dude. Actually, I got about 5 hours of sleep last night.
Unfortunately. You're still very close to ground zero?
Dude, my apartment is totally shut down. I had to climb up 43 flights to get my crap out.
Yeah, just to get out? They let you get up to get some stuff?
Yeah, well, they're like, go ahead, all you want. Climb up, it's all pitch black. So I spent it took me like a half an hour. Nearly wanted to kill myself by the time I got to the top.
And then walking all the way back down. You're like, sleeping in the lobby?
I slept in the lobby the first night, and then Fox set us up with some rooms in the building that we're staying in right now.
Fox!
And,
so what do you have for the show today, bro?
What do I have for the show today? Where do you want me to start other than we're just waiting for this next building to come down?
What do you know about that?
I'm looking at it right now. I mean, the other night when I was down there, I was down by the movie theater, which is along Battery Park, and that was the closest I was able to get. And that place was completely on fire. The one Liberty Plaza they're talking about. Mm-hmm. I looked in there. They'd like 4th, 5th floors, all on fire. And then up toward the top of the building, the upper floors were on fire. And out of the corner of the building, you could see just molten metal pouring out.
Wow.
It's the sickest thing I've ever seen. So the structure of the thing's absolutely trash. I mean, why it's standing there, I have no idea, but it's coming down. That's one thing. When, we have no idea. Mm-hmm. But we're just sort of sitting here on top of the case, and it's an unbelievable sight.
Yeah, a lot of the shots you guys are seeing at home are coming from Psycho Mark and Fox. They got a great angle.
Dude, we got they shot the footage of the 7th World Trade Center tower. That was done right from my apartment, right from the window, and then the power went out right in the building. And again, we walked down to 42. I've done the 42 flights like 3 times already in 2 days. I can't even walk. I have blisters the size of baseballs on my feet.
Wow.
You know, I've just been up like...
Well, Mark, it's kind of hard to feel sorry for you.
No, I'm not crying. Who's crying? You know, it's just, I'm just saying it's just tough for everybody, you know?
Yeah, what else could you add today? Is that...
Yeah, I ran into a bunch of local iron workers. This one guy, Bo and John, last night had a bunch of beers with them. It's just a lot of good people. I tell you, New Yorkers are serious people, and it's just amazing to see these people stand with their chins tall.
Yeah, that goes without saying. Everyone's coming together. It's very strange.
Dude, it's a sick brotherhood. Normally in New York, you'd be like, F you, go F yourself, go screw you.
Yeah.
But no, people are bonding together and, giving each other support.
We're going downtown, and the subways were packed. And usually you're pushing and shoving and then you're mumbling under your breath. Everyone, it was just so weird. They knew you had to get in and they knew where the spaces were and they kind of just parted, out of the way for you.
This is a prime example of, you go through life in this country and you read all the time and you experience the hatred that so many people in this country have for one another. And you wonder to yourself, how the hell did we keep this together as long as we have and become such a great nation? And you realize it's what happens during times like this, where everyone goes, all right, yeah, we're American, and now we'll get together and kick ass. After we kick ass, I'll get back to kicking your ass. It's almost like, hey, how many times you ever been in a bar with a couple of Irish brothers, man? Those guys will beat the living crap out of each other, but don't dare try to step in and break it up, because then they'll all turn around and kick your ass. I've seen it happen. We're a lot like that, We spend all of our free time beating the crap out of each other, but then when somebody tries to muscle in and do something to one of us, now it's time to kick some ass.
So there's just so many people down here that just want to help. There's people bringing sandwiches and water. First of all, it's real tough to get down here anyhow. They've got it all locked off.
We tried today.
Yeah, no,
we got as close.
Could get in.
We got as close as Houston. That wasn't too bad.
Dude,
we still had about 20 blocks to go from there.
Just the smell of burning flesh and rotting corpses, dude. It's just permeating the whole area. It's just this is going to be going on for months, dude.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at earlier, but I didn't really want to say it. It's a smell I've never smelled before, and I don't want to smell it ever again.
Mark, you were telling me about all the dump trucks that they had lined up.
Oh, dude, I'm looking at them right now. I'm right above the West Side Highway, next to, there's a volleyball courts down there, right next to the Travelers Insurance Building. And there's got to be 150 dump trucks just lined up West Side Highway. They're all going in one at a time, and they're getting loaded up with all kinds of stuff. I've seen beams come out that I've never seen before in my entire life. Just huge pieces of iron, all warped.
I was looking at the pictures. There are just I-beams that look like
4-inch thick pieces of I-beams.
Pickup sticks that are just thrown on top of cars that are on their sides and crushed and burnt. And that's, the power of this is just amazing. It was like a bomb blast when those buildings came down. The blast from just the building falling did a hell of a lot of damage.
Dude, that was all just like a chiroplastic flow, And one other thing, the sound of that first explosion that knocked me out of bed, that will haunt me for the rest of my life.
Yeah, everyone has that moment.
Dude. And, but also the sound of the building collapsing, two completely distinctive sounds.
See, I can't even imagine that. I can't even imagine what that sounded like. And you were so close. You were within
I'm looking
4 or 5 blocks.
Just the sound of glass and, well, first of all, just you can hear just everyone just sort of, everyone just gasps.
Yeah.
You hear people screaming and yelling, and just the sounds of glass and metal bending. It was just such a different sound from the initial explosion, or the first two explosions. That was just ba-boom.
So
like
gigantic.
Just true sound effect explosions, just like you'd hear in a movie.
Yeah,
but the sound of that building coming down, dude, just the rarest and the sickest thing.
Yeah.
My entire life. But,
there's,
all right, Mark.
God bless you guys, and, God bless America, dudes.
Yeah. Cool, Mark.
We'll see you soon, bro.
All right, bro.
Peace.
I got a website up where I'm looking at some pictures that somebody snapped, on the way down, I guess, from one of the towers, because it's people clogging up stairways, firemen going up, which is sad to think. Here's everybody running away from this, and there's the firemen going up the stairwells. Let me turn it around so you can get a look at this.
These are shots
in
the
from
building?
inside the World Trade Center. The stairwells, people going down, firemen where it started getting dark. Then we go further down, more shots of the firemen. Look at from the inside, the lobby of the World Trade Center, now obviously gone. The emergency stairwell, escalators, The people coming down the escalators and the firefighters going up.
Yeah, and the fire guy's going the opposite direction.
And then just pictures
and then he's
of the
outside
exteriors that we've seen. But, somebody was snapping pictures as they were leaving this building.
Do we want to link this to FoundryMusic.com? I don't know.
I'll do it.
I don't know what we should be doing, so... You just decide what you want to do.
I've got help numbers all over it right now. Rick just gave me one a few minutes ago, another website with help numbers.
Yeah, there is a lot of good info on FoundryMusic.com.
I've been trying to post as many of those help sites as I can, where you can go and post pictures of your family or friends if you don't know where they are. And, I don't know. I'll think about getting this up. It's not that gory, and it doesn't look like.
No, on this, I don't see any disturbing pictures at all.
This is obviously a guy that got out
right.
in plenty of time.
This is like one of the most symbolic pictures. It's the stairwell. It's everybody running down. You see the back of everyone's head running down, and you're looking right into the face of one of the firefighters coming up the stairs.
That's FoundryMusic.com. You'll link that soon. FOUNDRY music.com.
And, just so you know, the help site, a really good help site, if you are looking for someone or if you want to volunteer or you want to donate blood, is foramerica.org.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to get to Adam, but I guess think he's talking to him. There's a rumor going around.
I haven't heard anything to confirm.
Are they denying it now?
We just got a printout that's being denied.
Yeah, there's a rumor that Whitney Houston dropped dead of a overdose.
But it is not true.
Now, Mr. Showbiz, reports of Whitney Houston's death denied. Whitney Houston's rep issued a shock denial today to counter reports that the singer-actress, has died. So they are denying that. But that went around like crazy about an hour before we went on the air today.
How about this little tidbit of irony and creepiness? Aides to Seattle Mayor Paul Schell were stunned yesterday when they opened an envelope containing an invitation from New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani. The invitation was for a conference next month on disaster preparedness and included sessions on terrorism, major event planning, and major building collapses with implications. The location of the conference, 7 World Trade Center, the 47-story building that collapsed after the 2 towers. I had nothing but goosebumps, said Shell's spokesman.
Man. Let's move on with Joe on the Opie and Anthony Show. Joe?
Hey, guys, what's happening?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, listen, number one, I want to tell you, I totally agree with you about these stations playing music and commercials.
Yeah, they've given up already. They're too worried about the bottom line. They're too worried about making budgets. It's all about money. And, there comes a time you got to put all that aside. And it's just amazing that they think, well, 2 days is plenty of time to kind of mourn and talk about this thing. And it's time to play our Leonard Skinner records again. It's time to play our Godsmack records again.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's certain New York classic rock stations. I flipped through to them before.
Yeah.
You know what song they were playing? From the Kinks, Catch Me Now I'm Falling. I was like, man, what bad taste. Yeah. Unbelievable,
yeah. If you can't do a radio show under these circumstances, then you really shouldn't be in the business, because this is the easiest. A lot of people praising Ant and I and sending us, emails and thanking us for being on the air. Let me tell you the God's honest truth. This is the easiest radio show to do. You just go on the air, you plunk phones down and let people vent. This is the only thing people are talking about in Manhattan.
Yeah.
And to just give up and just start going back to regular programming because you don't know what else to do is just pathetic, and I'm embarrassed that I'm part of this.
It's not happening.
I just like being here because, it takes my mind off of it. We're talking about it, but it kind of, instead of just sitting there not doing anything, kind of feel better about it,
What goes through your mind if you're at one of these music stations and you're just singing records? When
I'd be listening to the words and going, oh my God, that was a little inappropriate.
Yeah.
There are some songs out there that you probably shouldn't be playing.
Maybe a couple of the patriotic ones, but that's about
do
it.
What they want.
They
do what they want.
Do what they want, but I just, I don't know.
And then
it's ridiculous.
Another thing I wanted to tell you guys, when you guys were talking yesterday about rebuilding, same exact spot.
Yeah. Well, that came up in the discussion, sure.
Yeah, but bigger. Well, I'll tell you what. My daughter had an even better suggestion. Same exact spot, but put a third tower in the middle, a little bit higher, so it looks like we're flipping them the bird.
Oh, yeah, the two things. That's pretty good.
There you go. Well, it's way too early to think about that stuff, so.
Yeah, but...
All right, Joe.
Okay, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
I'm just dead set against them putting any kind of a memorial park there because it's going to get to the point where the whole country's covered with memorial parks if we do that. I think we should put a building there or a couple of buildings there that just, rise up and say F you.
I think there's a way to put the building back up and also, have something for the victims,
Yeah,
so we never forget. I think there's a way to do both.
And how about the military stationing some people on the roof 24/7 with some of those near missiles that we thought were on the roof of everywhere? All right. So that doesn't happen again.
Did you see Bush on the phone talking to the mayor of New York City?
Yes. Bush coming to New York City. What, tomorrow?
Tomorrow. I was happy for one reason, that he was talking like a human being on the phone.
He was?
Oh yeah. He was talking. It didn't seem like it was too scripted. I'm sure there were things he needed to make sure got out there, but in general, it looked like he was having a conversation with the mayor. And then he got very teary-eyed at the end of it.
Did he?
And it didn't look like forced tears or anything. It just it looked like true emotion. I was like, all right.
Giuliani, boy, is he taking some crap during his tenure here as mayor of New York City. Not that anyone would have planned this happening or thought this would happen or anything, but the guy has handled himself as a true professional when it comes to this city. And this is coming from a guy, I'm not a big fan of his, believe me.
Both of us.
The past 3 years that we have been here in New York City, we have butted heads with him quite a few times. One time resulted in the arrest of some of our
13 people associated with this radio show.
Of our people here.
Yeah.
But this is what comes out when disaster strikes like this in such a huge scale. This guy knows how to rally the troops. He knows how to run a city during a crisis like this. And, you just gotta give this guy the credit that he deserves in this forum. I mean, in terms of handling a major city like New York in the light of a disaster like this. As far as him, shutting down the strip clubs and stuff, you could still hate him for that. But when stuff like this happens, to see him come forward with the leadership he has. And
he was at ground zero.
He was there
talking to people, and 10 minutes later, those people he was just talking to died.
And rallying the troops, the police and the fire department, the emergency workers, the construction workers, the sanitation department. This guy was able to pull all the agencies together and keep a city like New York running for the most part in the light of a disaster like this. It amazes me. It really does. And the next person that is mayor of this city, because the election is November, really now has a tough act to follow. This coming from a guy that, like I said, I'm not a big fan of this guy personally.
Did you see Hillary?
Yeah.
Posturing and making... Whatever. All right. We got a couple sound bites from Bush's phone call with the mayor.
Hello?
In case you missed it earlier.
I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment, but this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America. Thank you.
What's someone shuffling cards in the background?
Might be them taking pictures.
Yeah, it's a bunch of cameras going on. Yeah.
But you got to see the video too. It was much better than the first speech he threw at us on TV, where he was reading cue cards. I mean, this was there was a lot more heartfelt. So here's another clip from him on the phone with the mayor.
Let's be mindful that as we seek to win the war, that we treat Arab Americans and Muslims with the respect they deserve.
There you go.
I think that should be said, sure.
Yeah, you don't want, innocent people that really did just come here to leave the kind of animal thinking that goes on in some of those countries and come here to partake in the American way, And you don't want them getting hurt because they left over their hatred of the ideology that was going on in their country. And, you know, to have them all of a sudden getting the crap beat out of them here in this country by some dopes that don't understand is really sad. And I really would hate to see that happen on any large scale.
Can we at least request that they take their towels off for a while?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think they are. I saw a lot of cabbies in the cabs here in New York, and I haven't seen many turbans.
All right, here's
the turban, probably one of the most hated hats around these days. Yeah, like the Hitler mustache.
I was going to say it's kind of like the Hitler mustache.
You don't walk around with the Hitler mustache.
You don't see people walking around with the Hitler mustache.
But really, a lot of those people, just innocent people.
All right, one more clip from the press.
War that has been declared on America. It's a new kind of war. I understand it's a new kind of war. And this government will adjust. And this government will call others to join us to make sure these acts, the people who conducted these acts and those who harbor them are held accountable for their actions.
Yeah. Well, that goes without saying.
Of course. Let's go right back to the phones. Tony, you're next on Opie and Anthony.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, Tony.
Been trying to get through to you since Tuesday. Sorry about what's going on with all you guys, but I got something that is interested and it's been bugging me. I couldn't get through to you. The more I hear the government talk, the more it irritates me. That plane that was in Pennsylvania was shot down.
How do you know?
Really?
Well, let's put it this way. I work outdoors. I can't say doing what, but at about 9:30, a little bit after 9:30, outside of Cleveland, 2 F-15s were hitting it going southeast at supersonic speed. Mm-hmm. I mean, enough to make a boom to shake you.
Well, you know something?
Call the FAA. They deny they were in the air. They say there's nothing there. I've talked to them. They're denying it. But I'm telling you, I swear as I'm sitting here, they were there.
It's not out of the realm of possibility. I don't think people would confirm that. That's a military operation. You know, that would have been a military operation. And no one's going to confirm that, just like you wouldn't be able to call someone up and say, hey, did, the USS John F. Kennedy launch a missile here? You know, they're not going to say yes, no, or anything. It's definitely possible. I mean, that plane was what amounted at that point as a bomb. It was a bomb.
I'm not saying it was wrong. I mean, in the same situation, I would have done it. I think the people on the plane would gladly have had it happen in that same situation.
I think they'd have gladly not have been on the plane. But,
but I mean, if you're on the plane and they say, listen, we're going to kill 10,000 people or you could die.
Well, when they get the flight recorder, I think you'll have a better idea what happened, because there are rumors also that somebody on the plane,
they overtook the hijack.
Yeah, had a cell phone and said, "Look, we're hijacked, but we're gonna try to do something to stop this." And let me tell you, I wouldn't doubt it, because that's the plane that came from Newark, and the New York and Jersey people that would have been on that plane, I could see them just going, "Hey, screw off," What are you gonna do with that? And taking the plane down. But it's not out of the realm of possibility, Tony, that it was shot down.
Well, I think they're just worried about the repercussions. If they say something, that people will be outraged. I mean, most Americans I know, most people I've talked to, wouldn't be outraged.
I think it's understandable, because if that thing would have crashed into the Capitol or
Air Force
One or the White House, I think it would have done a lot more damage than crashing into the woods. And I think that's got to be understood. If it did happen like that and it was shot down by American military aircraft, it's something that we got to live with. They're not a victim of the American military. They're a victim of the same terrorists that flew those planes into the other buildings.
All right, Tony.
Yeah, like I said, it's just, you got a lot of people saying, oh, well, maybe they had taken control and maybe they shouldn't have shot it down. They can't tell, and you can't wait.
All right. All right, thank you, Tony.
Yeah, later, guys.
All right, there he goes, Tony from Cleveland. Let's see what Boston's up to today. Mark, what's going on?
How's it going, fellas?
All right.
Hey.
With you on how other radio stations are going back to normal programming, and your former colleagues up here have done that.
Well, I can't talk for other cities, because I really don't have the vibe in other cities we broadcast to. I want to make it perfectly clear. I am talking about the stations here in New York at ground zero.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's pathetic that they have gone back to regular programming. I think it's pathetic that they've decided that they need to play commercials and make money.
Yeah,
It's just way too early.
The feeling up here is definitely the same because there are flags all over the place like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, I would think a lot of the other cities around the country feel just about the same way we feel. It's a little different being right here in the city and being a few blocks away from where all this is going down that everyone's watching on TV. But, I think people in these other cities can look at their skyline and really imagine now something horrible happening to a landmark in their city.
I mean, it definitely hits home close up to here, too.
Imagine, the Hancock building or something. The Prue Center just like being taken out. Imagine all of a sudden the Prue Center's just not there anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the phone calls that you guys were taking yesterday and to listen to all these stories is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think...
I never thought I'd see the day that we do a radio show where we're taking phone calls from people that had family members die a day earlier.
Yeah.
That's not the type of radio we do. We don't know how to handle that type of radio.
Yeah.
We've been thrown into this position and we're doing the best we can. And
we're goofy asswipes, we don't want to have to deal with this stuff.
I get a little frustrated by the newspapers and stuff because they do think that's all you and I do. And we've been fighting this, in magazine articles and we tried on 2020. We tried with, the O'Reilly factor.
You know something though? We come off like goofy asswipes.
Well, there are times we do serious stuff on our show, but they just want to talk about, the sex that we do. All right, Mark.
Can't wait to get back to that.
And we'll get there. We'll know when, Mark, you out?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, you done?
Thanks.
Just one quick question. Point that I want to get. I just think it should be mass extermination of all these countries over there. I mean, why should any of our soldiers have to give any more of our lives because of not few innocent people have died over here?
Yeah, I have faith that we're going to be very satisfied with what the president decides.
Yeah,
I have no doubt at this point anymore.
I've been really thinking it over. The day before yesterday, right after it happened, the anger and the need to just have the immediate response, then you start really thinking about what has to go into a really large-scale attack planning. And then you got to get the resources together for that attack, and that does take time, and I really do believe that's what's going on. Because I don't think people are dragging their feet on this one. The American people want it. You're not going to be a popular president if you don't respond to this in a huge way. And that's what I think is going to take a little bit of time is I think they know what the targets are. Yeah. I just think it's going to take time to get the resources.
Yeah. And you seem to be in the know. Something that has been bothering me since what day are we up to? Since Tuesday, I guess, right?
That I've been in the know or something's been bothering you?
You've said a lot of great things the last few days, Where is Dick Cheney?
Yeah.
No one has seen him on TV.
I think
I don't want to start any rumors or anything, but I'd feel I would feel a little safer if I would just see his face.
I think it's some kind of a security measure
where they just separate the two.
I think they have to be separated, but I think while Bush is doing what he's doing, they just keep him like the standby where let's not let out what he's doing or where he is, and I think he's helping in the planning. With the military.
Can he just poke his head out and say hi?
Hey, I'm fine.
All of a sudden, out of an office. Here I am. I'm okay.
Hey, don't worry.
I'm really busy.
Okay.
I'll get back to you.
Yeah. I think
he's a little weird that we haven't seen his face yet.
I think he's, in the war room there with a lot of military.
We all know he actually runs the country. I just want to see his face. Because everything's okay.
The president, think of it this way. The president now has to, today he was in Washington hospitals visiting the people that were injured at the Pentagon. Tomorrow he's going to be here in New York City. He's going to be surveying the damage done downtown.
Could you imagine the security when the president comes to Manhattan?
Well, I'm going to have a hard time getting into work because it's bad enough that every link to Brooklyn has been severed with Lower Manhattan. Now what? They're going to close other roads to get the president to and from certain places. I just hope they put him through those roads that are closed. Don't let it affect the people that have to get into the city.
You're going to see a lot of stuff in the sky tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be an amazing sight.
Dude, there's an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, I know. But
just off the coast, loaded with the most state-of-the-art equipment. So, George Bush is doing all these things, visiting the hospitals, coming here. I think Dick Cheney is planning helping to plan the military action with some of the military leaders.
All right.
So the longer you don't see him, the better.
Let's go to Mark. Mark.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
All right.
It is Mark the chef.
Yes, it's me.
The French chef.
Yes, I just want to say I feel for everybody that died on Tuesday.
I heard the French surrendered when they heard that we were attacked. Is that true?
Yeah.
Even though they weren't
touched.
touched.
Yeah, you can rub it a little more.
This is how crazy this situation is. The French they're even supporting us.
Yeah, we are actually. The French president is coming tomorrow actually to talk with Bush.
You're going to meet him underwater, Opie, and beat him up?
They're going to surrender again.
It takes a disaster like this to get the French on our side, finally.
Well, yeah, just France, Germany, everybody.
Yeah,
please help us, please.
It was kind of cool to see all the countries. What are we up to, like 31 countries already that support us?
Yeah, all the allies, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you see Fidel Castro denouncing this?
Fidel denounced it?
Oh,
Look at that.
Big time.
What a guy. Well, he doesn't have Mother Russia backing his ass up anymore, so he better stay in line.
He better stay in his underground and just stay there and lie there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, Mark.
And it's so bad. I can't believe those towers are gone.
Yeah. It's sad. Really is.
It really is, yeah.
Good. Imagine, if you will, Mark, the Eiffel Tower gone.
Well, you know what? They tried to do that one time in '95. When I was in France, they had a guy with a bomb in a subway system, and he blew himself off at rush hour.
Really?
And I was in that station 2 hours before the bomb went off.
Yeah.
Over 100 people died right there.
Jeez.
And it was one from the Middle East with a whole bunch of bombs around him, and he just blew himself off.
Right.
Crazy bastard.
Right,
yeah, but it's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Of course.
Right in the middle of the street of Paris, they used to shoot and everything.
All right, Marky.
All right, take it easy, guys.
Take it easy, Mark.
All right, bye.
Get back to the sauce.
Yeah, I am actually.
Get back to the sauce. Mark is really a great chef. I got to tell you, he's the guy that came in quite a few times. Anytime we have some kind of cooking thing on this show where we cooked rat,
he makes things
and had people
good.
eat it for the remember the first Survivor. I guess people had to eat rats, and we had rats, and he cooked them along with another chef that was here that we called Jeffrey Dahmer.
Right?
And Mark cooked the rat in a pepper sauce. People were coming back asking for seconds. It was so good. So I finally went to his restaurant. I'll give him a plug. It's San Michel in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. It was unbelievable. The guy really is a good cook. He's French, so you got to hold that against him, but he can cook.
All right, Mike, what's up?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Mike from Buffalo.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, love the show. Actually, I live in Rochester, but I listen, obviously, right now from 3 to 7 in Buffalo. But
cool. We'll get back to our normal show eventually. Yeah.
No, this is cool. I just wanted to say, I was listening to you earlier, and one thing that Opie, you had said earlier about the other stations going back to regular programming. Yesterday and the day before, we're not even in the thick of it like you guys are, but morning show, and obviously Brother Weeze spent from 6 a.m. to about 7 p.m. 2 days in a row talking about it.
Yeah, I expect that from him, of course.
Yeah, so I can't believe the other stations aren't doing what you guys do, right in the heart of it. So I just wanted to say that. I think you're right on, and love the show.
Thank you. Just imagine, because I spent 3 years in Buffalo, Mike. To get the full...
Wait, you were in Rochester, too, weren't you?
Oh, yeah, at CMF. Just to get the full effect of, what is going on here in Manhattan, just imagine Niagara Falls as a little stream.
Yeah, just a landmark.
Just imagine it completely not there and just a little stream where it used to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Just imagine a swamp where the falls is.
I can imagine.
Can you imagine how freaked out the people up there would be?
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
Even though you're from Buffalo, it's still New York. Did you have anybody around the country call you up and say, "Are you okay"? Any relatives?
But I used
they just
to work
hear New York.
I have plenty of friends down there, so it reaches out. Even up here, we talk to people, and either we know someone who knows somebody. It's very close.
Yeah.
So it's It's brutal.
All right, Mike. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, guys.
All right.
There's a report on the website saying terrorists may have trained on video game. Terrorists who flew passenger planes into the Twin Towers. And the Pentagon could have used a computer game, $50 computer game to help them train. Microsoft Flight Simulator.
That's the one you were just talking about, right?
I love this. I use it a lot. It's kind of cool to actually learn how to fly some of these aircraft in a simulator. But it's very accurate, and the controls of a 767, everything is represented. You have to know what all the controls are in order to fly it in the simulator, and it's very difficult. But you fly into New York in the simulator, all the buildings are represented, and I hate to say it, but I've done it in the past. Yeah. You take off from Kennedy.
I remember at first you couldn't do it though.
And you fly. I mean, it's hard to do. When I'm saying I hate the fact that I did.
Right.
Because no one imagined it would really happen. In the simulator, you take off from Kennedy and you fly into buildings. In the flight simulator. I don't know of one person that has Microsoft Flight Simulator that hasn't done that. You know? Cause it's computer. But the realism there is amazing. Really is. Hard to even get off the ground. With I
remember when you were first fooling around with that.
Yeah.
You couldn't get it going. And
I couldn't even figure out how to start the engines.
Right. And then you kept at it, and I remember a few weeks went by. Next thing you know, you're like, hey, dude, look, I'm flying.
Yeah. And like they were saying, it would be very hard for somebody to take off and land in these planes based on what you learned on these flight simulators. But if the plane's already in the air, you're damn right you can fly it. You know, especially with the autopilot. Through these simulators, you figure out how to work these autopilots. You put in the heading. You put in the altitude. You put in the speed. And the autopilot takes care of the rest. It will then turn the plane, do whatever it has to do to raise or lower the altitude and keep the course. It is amazing. So, I know they did go to school in Florida and spent a lot of money at those. So I don't know if they really used those games, but they are realistic.
All right, let's go to Biznell.
Ismail, hey, what's up, man?
Ismail?
Ismail.
What's up, man?
What's up?
Nothing, man. I just wanted to get it off my chest. I was listening to your show yesterday, and I'm a big fan, but I'm of Arab Palestinian descent, man. And I just wanted to express, I wasn't so much mad at his opinions. I understand that you guys you still had anger. You're so close to the event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we probably didn't say a lot of things that made sense, especially on Tuesday and yesterday.
Yeah.
We're completely freaked out, and, So what do you want to say today?
Man, I just wanted to tell him, that, especially that girl who called earlier, Stacy, she needs to shut up. Ragheads, towelheads, I don't like that, because one of my friends, because of one of the comments you guys made yesterday, the cab driver one?
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my friends, was beaten up by 5 Americans and said, now we got his cab driver.
No. See, that's the stuff that just can't happen. I mean, and I don't think it'll happen on any large scale. Anyone that's hurt like this it's terrible, but I mean, I don't see it happening on any large scale.
Yeah, right. I mean, and then my family over there, see, you guys celebrated when, they bombed Iraq. People celebrated. Not like in the streets, but, you were celebrating. Well, there's probably some Opie and Anthony in Iraq saying the same thing there.
But we didn't start it. That's the thing. We don't go out. We send aid to countries when there are earthquakes and when children are dying of hunger. We send aid, and what we get in return a lot of times is violence. We don't go and send our military to just bomb Baghdad for no apparent reason.
But you guys send over money to Israel. You guys bought them the tanks that shell houses.
Right.
My uncle's house was shelled this weekend.
You know what? They are an ally of ours, and they have supported us in the past, and the Palestinians have done nothing but express hatred towards our country. What do you blame us? Are we supposed to support Palestine as a country?
How about we just pull out of the allyship?
Hey, you know something?
Let them defend for themselves. Whoever wins.
I'll applaud that, but it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It does affect us in the long run. And Israel has usually shown love for this country and support in what we do, in military support and other kinds of support. So who are we supposed to back in this?
They're not taking and they're not giving you support. They're kissing your ass, man.
Well, you know something? I haven't seen an Israeli with dynamite strapped to his body going into,
They don't have the tanks. They don't have the guns. That's how they do it. They have to do it. One of them goes. One of them does it. He gives up his life. So what? You know, that's the way they fought. It's a kamikaze type thing. They thought that what they were doing is right. You know?
All right, listen, man. Thank you.
Thanks for giving me the time.
I can't get into that. You know, I would love for us to just pull out of that whole debacle in the Middle East, because that's a no-win scenario right there. Those people are fighting over a grudge that is older than time, and based on religion and other crap that just has no place in a modern civilized society. My God. How can you worship your God by killing thousands of people? I just don't understand. And every goddamn religion is guilty of it. Catholicism, Christianity, every religion is guilty of killing thousands of people in this God's name. So I don't want to hear it.
Let's go to Seth. Seth, what's up?
Hello?
Seth, what's up?
Oh, hey, what's up? I can't believe I'm on the air. I'm a senior in high school, and I'd just like to give a perspective of you know, what it's like in a school in New Jersey, which is only like 20 minutes from the city. I gotta say that I am just extremely pissed off with how people in my school are like treating this whole thing, and even teachers.
What do you mean? How are they treating it?
Well, they're just so immature. They are just totally acting like absolutely nothing is happening, and it's just really pissing me the hell off.
All right,
I'm
Seth.
just really pissed.
All right, thank you, Seth. Hang in there.
See, there's somebody having a hard time with it and also having trouble expressing himself, Opie.
If it was our regular show, we would have played Here's something when you... that's odd. Oh, I'm itching.
I know.
I'm so itching.
Yeah.
Jason, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Owen?
Hey.
Yeah, that was very offensive that guy was sitting there saying that the U.S. is bad for bombing all those other countries. I agree with you 100%. Iraq and them started it.
Yeah, well, he said what he had to say, and Ann said what he had to say, and yeah.
He obviously had a problem with U.S.'s, with the United States agenda, with backing Israel, which, you know, that's a problem that's been going on for years.
For that bad.
Yeah, there's no reason to fly planes into buildings and kill people for a country's support of another country. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. I agree with you 100%. I just want to say, you know, all my deepest apologies go out to all the victims. I watched it happen from across the river, and, you know, it's just a terrible thing to happen.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Jason.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right. Hey, Rick, what is this clip?
That's a clip of a guy calling his house, leaving a message at home for, I guess, his wife and family. He was in one of the buildings that collapsed, and I guess he couldn't get out. And that was the last I heard of him.
Jesus Christ. Come on.
I'm getting a lot of this made the paper today.
It's got a little bit of a setup, too, to it.
All right.
He works for Cantor Fitzgerald, and he's a bond broker. And he was on the 102nd floor, and we just haven't heard anything at all. He called home, he left a message, and that's the last I heard from him.
I love you. I'm in the World Trade Center. The building was hit by something. I don't know if I'm going to get out, but I love you very much. I hope I'll see you later. Bye.
There you go. There's a message we've all left maybe at some point, the whole I'll see you later thing, or
hope to see you later.
Yeah, well, Jesus Christ.
All right, great. Wow, let that sink in for a second.
Yeah, that really makes you think. Who is this scum on eBay? I selling all kinds of World Trade Center stuff.
Cody, what's going on?
Yo, nothing much, O&A. What's going on, man?
Hey.
Obviously, I don't know if you guys punch up eBay, but you get on eBay, and, you know, I had some stuff in there I wanted to cancel because of what's going on. I really didn't want to deal with bidding and sending things out and everything. And I get on eBay, and there's this guy selling the Post or the News or one of them.
Yeah, for like $5. I see this here. Here it is. World Trade Center USA Today newspaper, $9.99.
Oh, that's not even. No, there was a guy yesterday had one up for $3,000.
Yeah, well, I
and the
think
thing
that's
that bothered me is
bidding
the guy
on it.
puts in his ad, I'm a New Yorker, I was there, all this. 10% of my proceeds will go to the victims' families. Now, you're buying this thing for 50 cents, you're selling it for $3,000, and you can't give the $3,000 back. I mean...
Yeah. World Trade Center musical snow globe, $25. I'm on eBay right now looking at this.
It's unbelievable. And, you know, I gotta say something else. As far as Bob Buckman and the Q and all those guys, let me tell you something, right? He abandons Long Island. He goes there. You guys are true radio hosts. I can't buy what I'm hearing on the radio now in any music store. I want to hear classic rock. I'll throw in a CD. You guys are just...
All the other stations on the FM dial gave up. They gave up. They just gave up on this whole thing. They figured 2 days was enough to dedicate to this complete disaster that's only 3 miles to our right here.
It mortifies me.
And if I'm going to say it all day so it sinks in. If you can't do a radio show under these circumstances, then you know what? You really should get out of the business. You're pathetic. You're absolutely pathetic. All you have to do is get on the phones and just plunk down the lines and let people vent and talk about all the crap that's going on around them. And for these program directors and these other stations to go, you know what? It's time to get back to the music and it's time to start making money again is ridiculous. And I'm embarrassed to be part of this.
This is what the people want, One, and you guys have always done that. You know, when we want a couple of, as you guys say, a couple of immature assholes or whatever to make us laugh, you guys make us laugh. When we want to get something off our chest, you guys are there now to help us get it off our chest.
We go with the vibe. I mean, eventually we'll get back to doing what we do best, which is entertaining you guys. But right now, we just don't feel it. We just don't feel it. And let me tell you something, because a lot of people will attack me when this station, starts playing commercials. I know we're going to have to do that, and probably sooner than later. I understand that. But I already begged Ken Stevens that under no circumstances are Anthony and I going to do any live reads for the rest of this week. Can you imagine we're doing all this stuff and we play, phone messages from guys that are talking to their loved ones for the last time and then going into a Pinnacle Horny Goatweed read?
Yeah.
You got to be insane.
Oh, and let's face it, NFL football cancels every game for the week, and the stations in New York can't even cancel their programs?
Right.
They didn't come up with the name Opie, by the way. It is Pinnacle Horny Goatweed.
And the last thing I want to say, Owen, is I don't think the people realize what this has done to the fire department. We lose 200-300 men now. What about all the men who we're gonna lose due to mental disability?
Oh, I know.
Due to guys, I mean,
my landlord is a fireman, and just the little contact I have with him, I understand how close they are, and their phone downstairs from my place hasn't stopped ringing in the last 48 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to give too much info because, it's a really sad situation, but the phone just ringing off the hook from, these firemen's wives, and, they're back and forth with info. Have you heard anything on so-and-so or this guy or that guy?
He's got whole companies missing.
Oh, I know. It just rips your heart out. But the other stations, time to make money, time to play our Rush songs, time to, give away prizes for concerts.
Owen, I appreciate everything you guys have done. The world is backing us up. These guys, they didn't bomb New York. They bombed the capital of the world. And I think you guys, I just want to commend you guys for doing what you're doing. I love you guys. I listen to you. And when you guys go back to being who you are,
Cody,
normal show, I'll be there for you.
We're not patting ourselves on the back. We're not really doing much. We're just letting you guys vent.
Well, you're doing more than any other station out there, and that's what New York's all about, man.
And once again today, we'll try to go all the way to 7 without taking one break, because we feel like that's what we got to do.
Yeah.
We're not going to try to pot up some news or this or that. We'll just hang.
Let's just go.
And talk. Let's just talk.
Keep it up, guys.
Thanks, Cody.
No problem.
Opie, another thing on eBay here. It's the domain name. WTCNewYork.org is what he's selling. And people are bidding $15,000. Like, they bid a lot to just take it off the thing. Like, obviously the guy that bid $15,000 isn't going to send him $15,000. He's doing it just to tie it up.
Mm-hmm.
And his comment, "You are scum." Yeah, any of these people on eBay that are trying to sell World Trade Center stuff. Just log on, push the bid to $1 million, and type the guy an email that he sucks ass.
Yeah, just F him up. I mean, this is happening all over the place. Some of the emails, some of the hotels opened up their doors and set up cots and stuff in these areas where people can't get home and things like that.
Yeah.
But they're charging $200 a cot in the lobby of their hotels because they don't have any other rooms available. So instead of just, maybe setting up cots and letting these people sleep for free in their lobby for a day or two, they're charging people $200 to sleep in a cot of a lobby of a hotel.
Unbelievable, huh?
Anything for a buck? Man.
Price gouging. The gas prices. This is what really pissed me off, too. I saw pictures in the Midwest of a gas station charging $4.99 a gallon for premium. $5 a gallon for premium gas. I would gladly pay it if I could take the nozzle, insert it in his balloon knot, and pump him full of fuel, and then light him. Because the gall to use this opportunity to turn a quick buck is just despicable. No reason for it.
Let's go to Uncle John. Uncle John.
Hey, guys, how are you?
All right, Uncle John.
Hey, guys, I grew up in Jersey City, and I watched those buildings being built as a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched them come down, and I look over that skyline now, and I feel empty and sad and sick and disgusted. And I listen to people call in. I hear people grieving. And I listened to that girl yesterday calling, Stacy from Cleveland.
Yeah.
Talking about innocent people.
Yeah.
We lost our innocence on Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
It was stripped from us. It was taken.
Again?
And our eyes now should be wide open.
Don't we always?
And 5,000 of our friends and relatives and neighbors are dead. And guys, I'm sorry I'm a little emotional, but I've been very emotional. I've been running medication and blood back and forth for the last couple of days. And I've seen a lot of stuff that I never want to see again.
Yeah.
And people out there, look, what we got to do now is this. We have to not let them win. Do not give in. America, stand tall. Stand up, give them the finger, stand proud. Say, hey, you took your shot. We're still here. And just watch your asses. We're coming to get you.
You're so right. I don't think these people in these other countries and these terrorists realize that when stuff like this happens, it does bring us together and make us stronger in the way that we want to exact revenge on the people that did this. We want to turn around and give it back to them 10 times what they gave us. I think they honestly think in their warped heads, because probably this is how they feel when something happens to them, that we would cower in a corner or stop functioning as a civilized society that we are and just lose our minds or something. This it brings us together when you see the emergency workers saving people, when you see people like, I'll give them props again, Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki rallying the troops and keeping a major city running in the face of adversity like this. And it brings people together. It makes you proud, and it makes you eager to just show them what we're about and shove it right back down their throats.
Anthony, I'm 46 years old. I've never been prouder of being an American.
There you go.
And I probably never will be prouder again. I want to say one thing. Yeah, you've been making references to The Godfather a couple of times.
Right.
There's a line I want to say. Remember when Sonny got shot and Don Corleone said, look what they did to my boy?
Yeah.
That's just how I feel. Look what they did to my boy.
Yep.
And I'll tell you something, I'm an older man, I can't go back to the military. If I could, I would love to, But what these people are going to get, they're going to deserve, And, we can't, let sense prevail. We can't take it out on the corner drugstore guy or the grocer, The people that did this will pay. Our people are good. We have to have faith in our people.
Right.
And, people will pay. They'll get what they deserve. And, that's all we can hope for. And until then, guys, our firemen, our cops, God bless them.
All right. Yeah. We're going to have to all get together soon.
I'd like to.
We're all going to need to hang really soon.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Because this studio just feels cold. I mean, our people aren't around really.
I've been trying for a couple of days to get through.
This place is usually filled with fun and excitement and beer and...
Yeah, it's a party. I mean,
and we come in and we're like, hey, what's up, man?
Guys,
we
look,
got to do this again. And
one thing I do want to say, I've been listening to you guys, every word you've been saying, because I'm on the road,
Yeah.
And God bless you guys, too. You're doing a good job, and I'm proud of you.
All right. I'll tell you one thing. Next time I'm at the Garden and they play the national anthem, I'm going to pay close attention. you?
It does make a difference.
Oh, my
I
God.
live in Lyndhurst. I can see the skyline from my house.
Yeah.
And there was not one time that I look over there and marvel at the beauty of that skyline.
Didn't you look every time? I swear to God, I'm a New Yorker myself, and, ever since I was a kid, when you see the skyline of New York City, you're amazed by it. You're amazed by the workmanship that went into it, the years of the building. It was an evolution of building. You see buildings that are there from when we first got to Manhattan, and then you see buildings like the World Trade Center, a huge marvel to our craftsmanship. And that being gone is a lot more than just the building being gone. It's the spirit that built it.
Exactly.
Part of that's gone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've had friends come in from other parts of the country. I've played the tour guide, and took them over to the, Palisades and, looked over at the city skyline and took them to the Empire State Building and took them to the Statue of Liberty. And being with them, seeing it with them for the first time was almost like me seeing it for the first time again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it really, it does, it means something,
It was an amazing sight.
It sure was. And it will be again. It still is, guys. It's an amazing sight, and it will be even more amazing again.
It's just really
They got to build a new building, and they should call it the Phoenix. Let it rise out of the ashes.
Well, that's good. Hey, I like that. It's really not sinking in that it's gone. It's just,
No, that's the hard part.
It's one day when that cloud, finally goes away, it's
not going to be there.
It's not going to be easy.
And those people that paid for this with their lives, guys, we'll never forget them. Those cops and firemen that are over there, killing themselves to help people, we'll never forget them either. God bless them all, and I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, thanks, John. You said it all, man. Thank you. Let's move on to Ray. Ray, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
All right, Ray.
I seen it when the second plane hit, right, and it blew up and came almost right through the building.
Mm-hmm.
I got right then and there. I got physically sick and threw up and knew what kind of damage was going to happen. Now, all you hear on all these channels, these commentators and everything, they just want to talk. Why don't they go relieve the poor men and get down to ground zero and start cleaning up and really see what happened?
Ray, there are so many volunteers down there. We got as close as we could today, which was...
I know. I mean, all these the experts and everybody that just like to talk, let them dig and find a finger or something of somebody.
Yeah.
Let them see what it's like.
The effort going on down there is
tremendous.
Incredible.
You are all heroes. Yeah. Every one of you. Even though you think you're not doing nothing, you're giving people a chance to vent.
All right.
And you guys are just terrific because they can call up a number and just get to talk to you.
All right, cool.
You guys are great.
Thanks, Ray.
Okay, guys.
All right, bro.
Bye-bye.
Here's a guy that's really pissed off. Roy, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Oh, hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Roy.
Hey, I want to tell you about something that's going on. Obviously, there's a lot of corporations and all that looking for new office space, and I've heard on several different occasions that some owners of these corporate offices in New Jersey are exploiting these corporations that need to set up new headquarters by charging them more per square foot than they would normally do so, and the profits from this extra money that they're charging could be up in the millions per year. And I just think that there's a lot of despicable acts that are coming out of all this, people profiting from all this destruction. And I, for one, would applaud any effort on any civilian's part to take matters into their own hands and do whatever they have to do. Like, I don't know if you heard about the celebrations in Patterson and all that.
Yeah. Well, that was more rumors than anything else. The celebrations in Patterson.
I understand that, but
they had the police chief on one of the shows here. Donna Mike, was it?
Yeah.
And he said it was not going on.
And you got to be careful with things like this because there are a lot of rumors that are just floating around, and until they're confirmed, you got to look at everything with a grain of salt.
You wouldn't even believe how many bomb threats there have been in New York City since this all went down.
We were listening to the police scanner
in
the office, and holy jeez, they got their hands full.
Yeah, there was a bomb scare in a building. I think it was about 2 or 3 blocks from where we are right now, just before we went on the air.
Now I know some of these are actually people reporting, hey, there's a just package here. I don't know what it is, and they clear it out. But some of them, what type of animal? What type of just monster, after something like this happens, calls in a bomb threat somewhere? Is that a joke? Is it funny, or are you just completely out of your mind? I don't know what kind of lunatic does something like that.
Yeah, but it's all over the police scanner. I think I heard someone say there's been 33 in the last few days alone, or
But they were coming in like wildfire.
yeah,
they were coming
we heard 2 come in, 2 or 3, right?
Yeah, and I have a friend
in an hour
works on the east side who got a bomb threat in his office building, so they had to evacuate. It's hard.
All right, right. Yeah, you can't imagine the mentality of somebody that would do something like that.
Shot.
Yeah.
Ben lives, downtown. And what was going on in Washington Square Park last night?
It was just all, it was wild. It was all candles. It was all lit up. I never seen anything like it.
There were thousands upon thousands of candles, right?
Yeah. I mean, it was weird because you couldn't, when I got to 14th Street, at dinner in Union Square, which is, right around 14th Street, and to get into my neighborhood, you had to have identification. And, it was pretty serious, but to walk down University Place, which is where a lot of NYU is housed, and just the smell just got worse and worse and worse. And then Washington Square just completely lit up. It was unbelievable. It was just all lit up. I can't even imagine the amount of candles that were in there. I've never seen that many candles.
I'm surprised no one has a picture of that.
I'm sure there are somewhere.
There's gotta be somewhere.
Probably see them soon. The constant reminders are everywhere. It doesn't matter where you are. When I was driving in, I got to take the long alternate route around Brooklyn, and come up until I'm about halfway up Manhattan and then cut over. They have sanitation crews on the sides of the road, and they're doing what they normally do with the stick with the nail on it. And dunk, dunk, they're sticking. And then I'm looking at what they're picking up. Tattered papers that blew across the river, from the World Trade Center.
So that is true. I heard a report that the paper made it all the way to Brooklyn.
It's in Brooklyn. And I'm driving by, and, I can't stop and look, but you see that they're, the 8x10 papers, legal papers, and they're just tattered, and these guys are just sticking them and putting them in bags, and, you realize they were in someone's office or on someone's desk in a file cabinet, and they were there, and then now they're being picked up by a sanitation guy.
In Brooklyn.
In Brooklyn.
Amazing. Let's go to Jeff. Hey, Jeff, you're next on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Gentlemen, how you doing?
All right, man.
First, a couple things. First thing, the quote from The Godfather has got to be, today we set all family business.
That's
Heads of the 5 families are all gone. Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran, all of them. They're all gone.
That's it. You look at Michael Corleone from The Godfather. It's time
you don't have to look very far.
Finish
You want to make
this
into
off.
a movie scene. And then, second of all, with this Big Brother thing, are they too busy looking at us that the guy buzzed the White House. He flew right over it twice, and they didn't see him? You know what I mean? Like, are you kidding?
What was that? The jet?
The one that hit the Pentagon.
Yeah, you see the flight plan of that? It was a circle. The guy, he was looking to hit, I guess, the White House.
And what, he couldn't...
Or the Capitol even, because his
he couldn't line it up or something?
Yeah.
Maybe the autopilot can't zero in?
No, at that point, you're not on autopilot. You're just sticking the thing yourself, and they're very hard. It's like trying to be in a tractor trailer and go down small side streets with sharp curves. You can't do it. If you come in and line yourself up
in a Toyota and you can turn on a dime.
Yeah, exactly.
You turn in the road.
So if you're heading toward the White House, and you're missing it, it's not like you just edge it over and do that.
Go over the White House and then come back again.
Last time I checked out the White House, I saw all those guys on the roof. Mm-hmm. I felt pretty secure seeing those guys up there.
You would think anywhere over D.C., if a plane veered from its flight plan and we'd already had an attack in New York, that they would be on guard and really be alert to the fact that, hey, this ain't right. This guy's in the wrong place. But another thing, it's just what we believed was in place in Washington. And even in New York, it's a major city. You would think there was some defense against just nuts in planes.
No one could fathom that this was possible.
You couldn't fly a squadron of bombers over the ocean or over from Mexico without the United States military knowing about it and reacting. You couldn't pull a battleship up to the coast of the United States and launch an attack that way. But just planes, man, Apparently you were able to do that with little difficulty.
Mm-hmm. Paul, you're next. What's up?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I just first really want to compliment you guys. You guys take a lot of crap, and
we get a lot. We get a lot of credit too. I mean, we got some hardcore listeners that really, you know, they love what we do.
We're fine. It's just nice to be on the air talking.
Huh?
I'm sorry, your sincerity and everything, you guys. And I totally agree with Anthony. But the one thing you got to really make clear to everybody is that, you know, bombing them first is absolutely necessary. But if you look at World War II, you have to remember, man, that you have to go in, you have to occupy, and you have to change the mindset, the culture, and everything. And
we need the follow-through. You're absolutely right.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. The follow-through to this. You can't just... Do you remember 98, after the embassy bombings in Africa in 98, we launched a hell of a lot of cruise missiles into where? Afghanistan. We've already bombed Afghanistan with a hell of a lot of hardware. It didn't stop this. It didn't stop it. That's not the way to do it. That's why I'm saying it can't just be business as usual. Send in some cruise missiles and it's over. Like Paul says, we need a follow-up to it. We need a bigger first blast into any of the countries that we're going to be dealing with. It can't just be what we've done over the years with, all right, we'll launch some cruise missiles, everyone will go rah, 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 and then forget about it again. This was only a couple of years ago. This was 1998, and you know, it came back at us. Worse, a lot worse.
You know what is pretty wild? I was watching the History Channel the day before, and they were showing this thing where a German squadron or whatever, I think just one plane crew, accidentally bombed civilians in Britain. And that was it, man. They went in, they hit Berlin, and then the Germans went back, and then that was it. The 8th Air Force, the United States 8th Air Force, joined with the RAF, and we just turned that place into the Stone Age. And that's what needs to be done, like we just got through saying. But notice the resistance that we still met on June 6, 1944. People have to understand that this is going to take a while. We're going to have to follow it through, and there's going to be a heavy price to pay. But at the end, you know, we will see final victory.
The problem these days with the follow-through that we're talking about is that we, again, are afraid of the political repercussions from these other countries. We're afraid to step on toes. We're afraid to turn around and go, hey, you know something? This is our business and this is our policy right now, and we're going to stay here in this country and occupy it and deal with the problem. And we can't be afraid that we're going to be hurt politically. That's where the diplomats come in. That's where our politicians go and start talking to people, not beforehand. After we do this, to smooth things over, but we can't be afraid that other countries are going to condemn our actions. We have to do this to protect our own country now from what happened 2 days ago.
Yeah, we need, and I think what you'll see is the unrestrained leaders like you saw back then, and you said it yesterday, you know, with FDR, Churchill.
It's situations like
George
this that make those leaders. You can't just throw a leader into that situation. Leaders are born from situations like this, and I think, like I said, we've seen it in Giuliani. I mean, the guy really came to the table, and as I said, I'm not a big fan of his, but he proved his leadership ability in how he handled this disaster in New York. Pataki, the same thing. And these are guys that have been in office for a while here in New York and are not well liked by a lot of people. But I don't think anyone can deny what they did in the past couple of days.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Leaders are born.
They're made out of
leaders
this,
are
right?
made and not born.
Yep.
And
that's why you could look at the cliche movies of the lieutenant that came out of West Point that was trained in everything. He was given all the knowledge and then chokes in the field, and one of his underlings then get up and become the leader, because leaders are born out of situations like this.
Yeah.
All right, Paul.
I just want to say the last thing is you got to remove the restraints that we've had on ourselves,
right?
With regard to intelligence, with regard to political assassinations.
Well, now everyone's coming forward now. Everyone's coming forward now and saying we need better intelligence, we need more money, we need more contact. We got to get the restrictions off. If somebody's a convicted criminal, why the hell can't he be a rat for our country? I don't care if they're paying somebody, some criminal, my tax dollars to get information that could save people in this country. George Bush Sr. Was head of the CIA, and he's disgusted with the state of our intelligence in this country today, and well, he should be.
You know, it's interesting what you just said. Lucky Luciano was very big help during World War II.
How
look
about
what
that?
he did. They took him out of prison, and, he helped us move through Italy.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, you know?
Yeah.
All right, Paul.
All right, fellas.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Hey, Anthony, good news. The Backstreet Boys and Leonard Skinner concerts for tonight will go on as scheduled.
Thank God.
You got to be kidding me.
Leonard Skinner
and the Backstreet Boys.
Jeez. The Backstreet Boys. Well, thank God.
And they're trying
That's important.
They're trying to fuse, the people being mad at them, so they're giving a contribution. That's like their way out of it.
Yeah, they're gonna.
You go.
They're gonna give $10,000 to the.
Can't they just sit out for a little bit? And,
Keith, what's going on?
Yo.
Hey.
What's happening? Yeah, my roommate was in there, man. One of my roommates.
In the building?
Getting in the lobby, coming off the friggin' train when it happened. He was late he missed the train. He missed his wrong train.
Yeah.
And he got off, came up through got off the train station.
Misses a train, and that's the reason he's alive.
Yes, he was in the damn lobby when the first, one hit.
Oh, when the first one
he
hit?
ran the hell out and saw the second one hit. He said there was just people falling all over him.
What floor?
Not falling on him.
But falling on nothing.
He would have went to the 95th. Wow. That's where he would have been 2 minutes. But he missed the goddamn train.
Yeah.
And now he's alive.
There's a lot of those stories coming out.
And I'm at work today at a billing office with some crummy guy from Westchester complaining about $15 on his medical bills.
Yeah, it's kind of hard when you're watching people bitching about things today and yesterday. It's like, you might be pissed at some petty thing that annoyed you before 2 days ago, but you got to let it go. And I'm one to talk because I got a bad attitude, especially when I'm driving and whatnot. I have no patience for stuff. But,
You're not even honking your horn?
It doesn't.
You're not driving on the sidewalks, Ant?
Oh, I'll still honk my horn. Get out of my way. No, but, I'm not as angry. The road rage just isn't there as I'm driving in.
Doesn't seem as important today.
Yeah, I just don't have the energy for it. And
that is an amazing statement because I've been with Anthony where he will drive on sidewalks to get out of traffic situations.
I'll drive on the median. I'll drive off-road.
I see the veins in his neck practically popping because he gets so pissed off on the road.
Get out of my way!
But at least you're cool now. These people are still calling me, driving me nuts. They were calling the day of when it was going on.
Yeah.
I don't know. You have any heart at all? Or have any faith in your country?
A lot of roads have been blocked around New York, and you'll be in traffic, and the car in front of you will stop to ask the cop if he can turn here. You know what? No, you can't turn there. You're not allowed. No one's turning there. And the cop, I was behind somebody that did this. The cop's waving him on going, let's go, let's go. And he's out the window having a conversation. This is, an emergency situation. Move. You gotta make your own way. You gotta improvise, adapt, overcome. If the cop says you can't go, you can't go. And you got to figure out another way to go.
Let them do their jobs. They haven't slept in days. They don't want to be out there under these circumstances.
Yeah.
This world's nuts. I'm telling you, the media ruins everything. It's just like all those other crummy stations playing music. I don't know. It's disgraceful. It makes me sick. You guys are all right, man.
It's something that it really bothers me today, and I hope people don't try to spin it another way. It's pathetic that there are stations in New York on the FM dial that have completely given up on this whole thing already 2 days later, and they're playing music and they're playing commercials.
Yeah.
I know we're going to have to play commercials eventually. We begged the boss today that please not today. And we told him we don't want to do the live reads for, a stack or two and all that because it just doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
But eventually we'll have to succumb, but we just,
that's all right.
We're trying to hold out as much as long as we can.
Right, but it's better than any they did,
I was spinning around and there, someone said it earlier. One of the stations in New York played the Kings' Catch Me Now I'm Falling.
Well, luckily the Backstreet Boys are on tonight.
Yeah.
So don't worry about anything.
All right. Thanks, Keith.
All right, thanks, guys.
Even worse, the other rock station in town, did you see the 3 songs they played? They played Pardon Me While I Burn, Pardon Me by Incubus, into Alive by Pearl Jam, into Wish You Were Here by Pink Floyd today. Take a wild guess which genius station that is.
K-Rock.
You gotta think, man. You gotta kind of think. before you do that.
First clip is a great clip.
Look at Dan from Philly checking in. How did Stephanie McMahon's boobs look? See there it is, rising above the disaster. To get right back to where we were.
We'll get there.
Thanks,
guys.
Dan.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
After reading all these instant feedbacks, just to see Stephanie McMahon's boobs in writing like that made me feel good. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, because I was in the hotel last night. I was really trying to, escape the situation for a while.
Mm-hmm.
They give you just a few channels in these hotels in the area, like maybe 10 stations, and there wasn't anywhere else to go.
I had to turn on Comedy Central last night and Sci-Fi. I was watching Outer Limits and like that, just to get away from it.
Just to take
a
break,
while.
take a breather,
because I just couldn't. I knew nothing new was coming in. I had seen all the clips from every angle.
How many people left their TV on last night and slept close to a TV just in case something new was going to happen?
Yeah.
That's what I did.
I don't know.
I turned it down to a low volume, just low enough so I could sleep over the noise and wake up when something, was happening.
I woke up, the wee hours of the morning to get a drink of water, so I go into the kitchen and, as I'm drinking it, I go over to the computer and just click, and CNN's website comes up just to make sure. Okay.
Yeah. I was scared to turn off the TV. I wanted to know what the latest thing was.
Yeah.
I did wake up in the middle of the night because it must have been my mind playing tricks on me, but it sounded like a building was collapsing. And we're close enough, like I said, we're 2-3 miles to our right here. We're close enough that in reality it could have been one of those buildings falling, and in the middle of the night you'd probably hear something.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was just, some fighter jets going by overhead.
Yeah. Well, when the commercial air traffic started up sometime this morning or afternoon, that was a little scary. Just the sound of the jet, because the only sounds of jet engines we've heard have been fighter planes, and on the news, the sounds of the engines before they hit the buildings. So to hear a jet engine is something that, goddamn, if you live around a big city, you just take it for granted. You live close to the flight paths near LaGuardia or Kennedy. This is your daily life. You're listening to your TV, and every minute there is a plane flying over your head, and it just became second nature. But now it means something else.
What about this thought? Sitting in Shea Stadium.
Right, there you go.
Who in their right mind's going to sit in Shea Stadium and watch plane after plane after plane flying overhead? They fly if you're not from the city, they fly overhead every 60 seconds for the whole game when the flight pattern is set in that direction.
Yeah. If you're in another city and your team is playing the Mets at Shea, you hear it over the broadcast.
You could sit, if it's a boring game at Shea Stadium, like nothing's going on or it's a lopsided score, you're entertained by watching these planes come in, because they're flying low already, and you see them through the outfield, one after another.
Yeah.
Who's going to sit there comfortably and watch that next time they go to Shea?
It's a little scary. That's true terrorism, is when they take something that is just an everyday occurrence, like aircraft flying over your head, and now instill some fear in you of an everyday occurrence.
The reality is, instead of hitting the towers, if there was a Met game going on or something, if the circumstances were different, why not?
Why not? Times Square.
Sure.
Things like that. I mean, it's when you think about it, it truly is frightening.
Marie, what's up?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
I have a couple things to say, actually.
Can you hold on, because we got one of our guys at Ground Zero that's checking in. I swear I'll go to you next. Hold on. Let's go right to Keith the cop, a true friend of the show that has helped us out on many, many occasions. Keith, what's going on?
Hey fellas, what's going on?
Hey.
I just wanted to check in real quick. We're actually getting ready to head down again right now.
Uh-huh.
Just, I want to say thank you to all the people. Last night coming up the West Side Highway, I mean, there's hundreds of people just standing out in the street, just, waving flags and clapping and signs that say, you guys are heroes. And, maybe people aren't hearing it from the guys because we're doing stuff, but greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, because there's so many people in New York that just don't know what to do. They're heading out to the West Side Highway with signs and clapping, and they're going to Washington Square Park to light a candle or something. We just don't know what to do.
I mean, I don't know what I'm repeating that was already said today, but like 3:30 in the morning last night coming down 6th Avenue, people are still out there sitting there clapping and everything.
Yeah.
Showing support, and, people trying to throw sandwiches in the window of the truck and water and stuff.
Yeah.
it's really appreciated to all the people and all the other law enforcement. I'm at my precinct now, and we got, Miami, Florida police departments here.
Now, what are you going to do today?
We're going down, basically to Battery Park, and we're going to, deploy up as needed. And, get in there and do the best we can. I mean, it's really hard with the amount of, the Army Corps of Engineers or whoever it is, they have, spots on buildings, checking them, making sure,
What are you hearing on those two buildings that look like they might come down as well?
Basically, all they're saying to us is that, they got spots on them, they're watching them, and, as long as, the spot doesn't move on the building, we're good to work. If the spot moves, then, they're pulling everybody back out. So it's really, it depends on the weather conditions and, everything else, the amount of work that's getting done and stuff.
Yeah.
So, other than that, I mean, last night we did a lot of just, helping the firemen out, grabbing them, bringing them back to, their firehouse in Brooklyn so they can get some rest and, getting in there, helping out and just trying to get our hands dirty because everybody wants to be in this helping out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
And, we appreciate everybody's help and assistance with what's going on.
All right, Keith.
All right, fellas?
Hey, thank you.
I'll talk to you guys soon.
We're all going to need a hang very soon.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, yeah. Very soon. We're going to all need a hang. Jeff, what's going on?
Yeah, Keith's right what he's saying. The public has just been incredible. I was just down there today, and
you're on the job, obviously.
Yeah, okay. Every corner, you got guys coming up giving us cold cuts, sandwiches, water. You can't imagine the outpouring of support that we're getting, and just thank you. And I don't know, God bless everyone. It's insane.
All right, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ian checking in saying his uncle had his arm amputated because of this. Something else a lot of people don't think about. You hear about the dead and the people that lived, but you really don't realize the people that lived have problems that they're going to spend the rest of their lives dealing with, like
emotional problems,
like Ian's uncle, and just plain emotional problems, physical problems.
I don't know how I would go on with my life if I'm standing there on a corner watching people jumping out of windows, being pushed out of windows, being blown out of windows. How do you just go about your daily daily life after that?
How do you do it if you know these people? It's just horrible. And he says he can only take comfort in the quote from Senator John McCain. May God have mercy on the ones that committed this act, for I know that the American people won't. That is nice.
We have that?
I think that's exactly the clip that we have.
Is it?
Let's hear it.
We're close to it.
John McCain.
I think the United States is in a long twilight struggle against these forces of evil that have chosen to destroy us because we are good. And I believe that it may take a lot of time, a lot of American treasure, and perhaps some American blood.
I think it's the next clip, actually.
Well, that's a pretty accurate statement right there.
Can you just hit Q on that, Earl?
You screwed me. Jesus.
Earl, even during a disaster like this, we can always depend on not depending on Earl. Thank you, Earl, for giving us another little memory of what it was like before.
It's nice to get these.
I like the little memories of what it was like before 2 days ago.
Yeah, it's nice to get some of these flashbacks.
Our message is to the terrorists, we are coming. God may forgive you. We will not.
All right.
It's okay.
It's okay, Earl.
It's okay. Everyone's a little wound up.
We're a little uptight. Relax.
We got to all get along and unite.
Don't break any phone systems because we need our phone systems for the next few days.
That would have been 20 minutes 2 days ago.
Marie, what's up?
Hey guys, how are you?
I'm so right.
I have a couple of things to say, and I'm not sure if they've been said already because I haven't been able to listen until today. But number one.
Hold on one sec.
Yeah.
Earl, could you give me some water?
You weren't screwing with her, are you?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm parched, and we have no interns.
Oh.
Could you do me a favor? And Aunt might need something.
No, I'm fine.
Aunt needs a beer.
No,
sure.
I'm fine.
You need water, Aunt?
No.
Ginger ale? Something?
No, I'm okay.
Something?
I'm all right.
You sure? Yeah. We got 2 more hours to go without stopping.
I'm okay.
Because that's what we're doing today.
I'm all right.
Earl, my water's on my desk. Would you mind? No. All right. Thanks, Earl.
Don't go pulling a Whoopi Goldberg in it either.
What's that?
The Color Purple.
I didn't see that movie. What happened?
Didn't she spit in the lemonade?
Oh, she did. Oh, man. Marie, finally, sorry.
Yeah, please don't screw with me, guys. This is kind of important.
No.
I know.
We don't have to say it. We haven't screwed with anyone the last 3 days.
Again, you know what? When that officer just called in, I forgot his name. I'm sorry. It's it's really just very comforting and very, like, it just makes you feel very proud to be a New Yorker when you see how all these people can pull together the way they are.
Mm-hmm.
I used to, get teary-eyed with pride, seriously, every time I look at the skyline, and now I feel like a piece of that's been ripped out from under me.
Mm-hmm.
It's just awful. I just also want to ask you guys, have you guys started collecting any sort of donations? I mean, you're syndicated now. I mean,
well, we're going over that. We're trying to work out something.
I'm sure whatever you guys can do would be a tremendous help. And another thing, I luckily don't know anybody who happens to be missing, but I know one of my professors at school does. And she, like everybody else, has gone to the internet, listed her husband's name and everything. And she's been getting prank emails from people saying, "Hi, this is your husband, I'm fine." Okay?
Prank emails?
Yes. The man was on, the 95th floor of one of those towers.
Who the hell
I don't know.
would do
That's
something
what I
like
just
this?
wanted to say. To all those ass-Fs who have nothing better to do, I mean, really, get a life. We don't need this on a regular day, never mind on this horrible past couple of days.
These are people you can only wish brain cancer on.
And you know what? I never thought I'd hear myself saying this. And it actually scared me to think this way. Don't bomb them back. Don't bomb them back. Once I saw those jerks just dancing in the street and cheering, I wanted to swim over there and strangle every last one myself.
Well, you will be represented, not with people swimming, but with destroyers and aircraft carrier.
You know what? And it scares me to say it, but I really hope so. And just honestly, for those people who have nothing better to do, get a life. Not at this time.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks a lot, guys. Take it easy.
Thanks.
Bastards, man.
Through all this,
who does that?
Through all this, I finally found my line. Because a lot of people, it's going to scare me because O'Reilly, we taped a piece for O'Reilly that's going to air eventually, and they asked us about our line, and we said something. We said that we don't have a line really.
It doesn't matter what happens.
Yeah, we can't think of a line. I finally found my line.
Yeah.
This is it right here.
Well, because we based our answer on things we were familiar with.
Yeah.
This is something we are not familiar with and never expected to be, so.
No, I finally found my line, and I'm glad I did, because I was wondering what it would take.
Yeah, right?
Seriously. This could be interesting. Blind Matt.
Yeah.
He was part of Blind Boxing on our radio show with Blind Dave. He beat the crap out of Blind Dave.
Yeah.
Put him in a hospital with a bruised spleen, bruised kidney, 4 broken ribs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this whole thing that happened 2 days ago was very visual.
Yeah.
Blind Matt.
Gentlemen, how are you?
You got to walk us through, how you found out and
do you get as, I'll be honest, because I don't know. Do you get as pissed off and angry when you can't see the flames, the damage, the death?
I would have to assume yes. I mean, I'm really upset about this. I mean, obviously, I don't have the scientific vacuum to go ahead and try the other end of the experiment, and go ahead and see it. But
right.
I would say that yes, absolutely. This is despicable. It's disgraceful. And then
when was the last time you saw him, Matt?
When I was 5.
When you were
I'm 31, so 26 years ago.
So what do you? Oh God!
It's very hard to translate what he feels based on what he heard and how it was translated to him from visual to audio.
Right. And all I can imagine, based on what the description is, I used to have a visual of the skyline based from when I saw when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And now all I'm saying is these peaks, these tops of these buildings, and then just like a big gap.
Yeah.
And then like a lot of little buildings kind of, or, normal sized buildings around.
That's pretty accurate.
And, I've heard people say that, they feel disoriented when they look up. They don't have the landmarks and this kind of stuff. And,
it's just odd that we all watched the towers fall, and it was something we never thought we'd see, and the sight of it is the stuff that made people physically sick and so pissed off.
Some colleagues of mine today, and I was saying, why are you guys closed up for the last 2 days or whatever? And their answer to me was because we watched it. And so you're right. I think you could say to me, 14 people fell out of the building in front of my face, and to me that may not have as much impact as it does on you, seeing the arms flailing and the head of the ground and all this stuff.
Yeah, because it's never really, when things happen around the world and we don't see video of it, we just hear about it.
Right.
It does take the whole human element out of it, for me at least. I know when I hear there's been an earthquake or a tidal wave in the South Pacific and umpteen thousand people die, it doesn't really affect me that much because I didn't see it. I didn't put faces to it. So it's kind of hard to imagine what you're thinking.
That's true. And, I'm a young guy, but I still get choked up if something sad happens and stuff. But, I find myself when I'm listening to, the cops or the firemen on the news talking about what they did, that's when I get choked up. So for me, it's kind of hearing the stories that gets me like, wow, this is terrible. Mm-hmm. And like you said, for you guys, sure, if you had to see somebody falling from 80 stories, that's got to be treacherous to see.
Yeah. You can't describe something like that.
I imagine you can't, man, and it's terrible. And, we're not even going to know how terrible this is for another week or two when they start actually counting bodies. And, fortunately...
6,000 tons of debris have been removed already.
Fortunately...
That's like nothing.
Drop in the bucket.
I don't know if this was planned or if this is something Giuliani's doing, but the one thing I think that's fortunate about this is the media is not right on top of the rubble, so it's like... I remember hearing the newscast of, Oklahoma City, and, you'd see the news, they're pulling someone else out. The newscasters were right there, it seems.
This was too big to have them that close.
Right.
I mean, something like Oklahoma City, you still could physically get close enough to the building. The damage was so widespread that you physically couldn't get that close.
Right. So, and I called basically for two points. The first point being is, and I heard what you said about, the gentleman losing his arm and stuff as a result of this. And there are going to be so many folks coming at us, rescuers and officials and people they pull out of the rubble whose lives are going to be changed in a variety of ways. Whether it's, their arm is amputated or they have a spinal cord injury or they lost their vision or they got conked on the head or, whatever. The important thing for these folks to know, or for the families of these folks to know, and even for the professionals who may not know, is that, I myself work for a center where, our job is to help people with disabilities learn about their options, learn about their services, and adjust to their new disabilities. And there are, these centers are in every community around the state as well as in New Jersey. So, if anybody's listening, call your local elected official and ask where the local, what we call independent living center is. And, if you live in Queens, that's, my center out here in Queens. If you live in Manhattan, it's a place called Sydney down on 14th Street where I used to work. And, we're here to, to the guy with one arm, he's going to go home tonight and say, or maybe not tonight, but a month, oh shit, he's going to go, oh crap, how do I wash my one arm?
Yeah, I know.
Or how do I tie my shoes?
A lot of people are going to need help with this.
And what we're saying is, we're here to, hook him up with other guys like that.
All right. Hey, Matt, I kind of got to cut you off because we got people calling from Ground Zero and all sorts of stuff.
And just one more thing on sort of, not a totally kidding note, but I hope 10, 20 years from now, it's not like someone pulls out the tape like you guys with Muni.
Oh, yeah, well.
At the blackout stuff. But you guys are doing a great job. I'm glad you found your line. Show all these losers, that you guys are human. And we'll talk to you soon.
We show them that on a daily basis.
Yeah, we really
the type of humans we are. We're disturbed.
That's right, but it's all fun, man. You guys have been the best, and I've been listening to NEW nonstop. So.
Yeah, I think all the shows here have been doing a great job.
A great job,
man. And it should be said, man.
Really should.
Okay.
Peace.
Thank you, Blind Man.
Thank you.
All right, there he goes. We'll have him on the show under different circumstances, hopefully in the near future.
Yeah.
Jay, are you at Ground Zero?
Well, it was Tuesday night.
Okay.
I worked there all night. Yeah, how you doing?
All right. You're a construction worker?
Yeah, I was working there Tuesday night with my brother.
Yeah.
Two of us were pulling a lot of debris out, and we came down from Westchester County, helped out for the evening. And man, I'll tell you, I was there when Building 7 went down and watched all the debris come down, and we were using my pickup truck to bring firemen back to their firehouses, and the things it was someone needs to die really bad who did this.
Yeah.
They really need to die bad.
Well, we'll see what the response is.
Hey,
seeing it on TV just does not do the damage justice. I mean,
I agree with you. I got as close as Houston Street today, which is still nowhere near, and just down there makes what you're seeing on TV completely different.
I still, for 2 days now, I've been having trouble breathing.
Yeah.
And I've been washing my eyes out, and I was only there for, 14 hours.
Yeah,
I mean, some of the guys have been there for, the entire time, and some of the firemen I brought back to their firehouses over on 37th Street and 31st Street. We're using my pickup truck like an ambulance practically, and the phones were ringing off the walls, and they weren't answering it because it was their wives looking for their husbands. It was just an ugly scene. And one more thing, everyone's talking about this, putting sky marshals up in the airplanes. It won't work.
Why is that?
It won't work.
It's worked for Israel.
Yeah, well, someone take Israel. They're a little harder than we are. If someone grabs a hostage and holds a knife up to their throat, that marshal's putting that gun down.
You think so?
Yeah, I think they should
do
what? Double locking doors.
You know what? There's a professional. The marshal would be a professional that can negotiate with these. It's not just somebody does something, the marshal shoots him. It would be an armed person that has been trained in hostage negotiation, terrorist takedown. It wouldn't just be some guy there to, some yokel with a 6-gun to shoot somebody. We need professional negotiators that are armed on every domestic flight in this country. And I'd be willing, and I think a lot of people would be willing, to pay an extra $20 a ticket or whatever it would be to have that done.
Hey, if it helps, great. But I think the best way is to lock those pilots in the room and have double doors.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if that would help either. You kick long enough. You can't put a bank vault door up there because it's too heavy. And, you kick long enough, you're getting in. But I don't know.
Hey, Jay, you obviously seen a lot down there. What's the one image that will just stick in your head from being at Ground Zero after the whole thing?
Smell of burning flesh.
Ugh.
The smell. If people want to bring things down there, the safety glasses, surgical masks, especially surgical masks. They're everyone's out of them down there. I brought up.
We saw people just handing them out down there. I don't know.
They need more because they go bad quick.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they clog up real quick.
I don't know who they were, but they were just handing them out to just regular people walking around the Houston Street area.
Oh yeah, they need them. I purchased almost. And I spent close to $300 on them.
Wow.
Rubber gloves, eyewear, eye wash, right in Mount Kisco. Then I drove, when we went down there to start work, and I just handed them out. We ran out within an hour. I mean, it was unreal.
Yeah, this is not just a regular, dust cloud. It's who knows what the hell's floating around in that thing.
The smoke, the smell, and the burning, and it was just so nasty.
Yeah, the smell is something that I don't even want to imagine what I'm smelling.
When we came back up from being downtown, I just felt dirty.
Yeah, we had to go
wash yourself off.
We weren't even that. We were still 20 blocks away
from
the actual site. All right, Jay. Thank you.
All right, man.
Thanks for
thank you.
Calling the show today. Let's go on to Psycho Tim. Tim, you in Boston?
Yeah, how's it going, guys? Down at City Hall Plaza, there's about 1,000 people right now. American Airlines crew just walked in, about 100 of them, all holding flags. We just sang God Bless America.
You're at City Hall in Boston. They're doing a little memorial thing today?
Yeah, it's a pretty big memorial service. There's a lot of police here, but everybody seems to be going pretty good. They're going to have, I guess, the priest talk or something. I don't know.
All right.
I just think we're also missing a point, if you don't mind me venting real quick off the subject.
Yeah.
We still have the terrorists here in Massachusetts.
Yep.
And, the fact is that, it's actually it seemed like today I walked by a cab stand. There's 15 cabs. 5 of them are Arabs, cab drivers. These little white girls are not getting in the cabs, and they're getting in the cabs with big black guys and other guys that will not ride the cabs because we don't know who's the terrorists here or not. And it's just a little amazing that we just, I don't know, they didn't just have 5 terrorists in Boston. There's probably 50 or 100 of them over here. The fact is that we got to start killing these people. You know, I don't understand this.
All right, Tim.
You know, sorry about that, but
no, it's all right.
You know,
it's real. That's all I care about. Thanks, Tim.
All right, guys.
All right.
This guy calling up saying, my brother and cousin who were in the Army about 3 years ago were both called at their homes and told to be prepared to report. They immediately called the whole family, told us to buy food supplies. This S ain't no joke. No more. And as a 21-year-old man, I'm not ashamed to say I'm worried where this is heading. Well, we gotta respond. Gotta stop this from happening again.
Flight data recorder from United Flight 93 found.
Is that the one from Pennsylvania?
There's a guy. Who is the guy carrying the black box? They wouldn't even show his face. Did you just see that video?
Yeah, he had like a whole thing over him. You know, he's covered all. He
looked like a Shiite Muslim.
Yeah,
but he wasn't. But that's how they had him covered because they didn't want anyone to see who this guy was. He was holding the black box from Flight 93, and then they had like plastic or something trying to cover the guy as he walks. And then then he got in the car, and then they put the plastic around the car as it was taken off away from the media.
I wonder why they did that.
It reminded me of when, in all honesty, when Britney Spears walked in the other night at the Video Music Awards because it had the person covered so well, and all you saw was the black.
Maybe he's an agent and he's trying to remain
anonymous,
an undercover or something, or you know, you don't want your agent's faces right there on television, so that's probably what that is. But which flight was that? The one that crashed in Pennsylvania?
United Flight 93. Was that the one in Pennsylvania? I think that was the one in the.
That would seem to be the one that would be easiest to find since it was not in the wreckage of buildings.
Right. New York Stock Exchange opened Monday, and of course the NFL cancels all games this weekend. Jake, what's going on?
What's happening?
You tell me.
Well, I have a cousin that is missing.
Uh-huh.
But we're taking care of that. I guess he was on the website. His name was on there, but still haven't heard from him. But the other thing is have you heard that plane in Pennsylvania was shot down?
Well, a lot of people are starting to say that.
Yeah.
We discussed it earlier.
Yeah.
So.
And the other thing is why are we taking so long? Why would we go in with ground troops? Why wouldn't we just go over there and bomb them?
Well, I'm sure
we're going to start with the bombing.
Yeah, you got to soften up the beaches, as they say, and it's going to take a little while to plan out and get all the resources ready to do an attack that I think is going to be big enough to really shut some of these people up and be effective. And that kind of takes a while.
Yeah, I have no doubt in my mind that we're going to be very satisfied with the results.
Hey, I was the first one that was right there saying, hey, let's do it right now. You know, you get that initial burst where you just want it taken care of immediately. But the longer they plan this, the bigger it's going to be, you know, and the bigger it should be. And they do take into consideration the safety of the soldiers. So they want to do this probably as big, do as much damage as they can, but also try to get as many of these guys back home as we can, too.
All right, Jake.
Hey, the other thing is how do you go from like a comedy show to like so seriousness? I give you credit.
We don't know. You just do it.
All right. Say hi to my girlfriend, Maria.
Yeah.
All right, Maria.
A lot of, whatever. But yeah, you just do it. You got to go with the pulse.
You know what it is? I might be able to explain it a little bit. When we come in here on a daily basis and we're having fun, it's because we're having fun in here. We didn't write down how we're going to have fun. We didn't, bring in people so we can have fun with them because we're supposed to. This show is all about hanging out, having fun with our friends, and laughing
and going with the flow. We don't script anything, and we never have.
And in the past, there have been short little bursts where we've been pissed off and we've addressed serious issues, but it hasn't been anything of this magnitude. So when something like this happens, all we're doing here is reacting to it the way anyone would. You know, we don't come in here every day just to do a comedy show. We come in here to do a real show based on who we are and what we do. We like having fun in here. And today,
how do construction workers go down to ground zero and start digging for body parts?
Yeah,
they just go and do it.
Hey, you're a steel worker. You're used to just, putting some I-beams up, doing some welding, and going home to your families. And then all of a sudden you're put in a position where you're you're pulling bodies out and of wreckage, that's something they're not used to doing either. This is just pretty much who we are and how we feel, and there's no way to cover that up on the air. This is just who we are.
What's up? What's wrong?
This just coming across from CNN. Remember how we were watching how they're saying 5 firefighters were found alive? That's a screw-up.
Why?
They're saying that never happened.
How do you get that kind of news?
I have no idea.
Bad, wrong.
But everybody, from what I'm being told, it was a screw-up of major proportions.
By who? The news?
CNN's reporting it.
Oh, man.
They're saying it never happened.
You know what's going on with a lot of these news agencies, and this is another thing that makes me sick. They're all looking for that piece of information that no one else has.
Right.
Because don't kid yourself, they're all going for ratings. And they're being irresponsible, really, in a lot of cases.
Well, everyone wants to be the first. That's what it's about with these newscasts. And this first happened 2 days ago. There really wasn't a way to be first. Everyone had pretty much the same coverage. The longer it goes on, the more of a new angle you need to pull the viewers over to your station. You need to get the news on the newer things that are happening first. So a lot of times they go with the unconfirmed reports. Prime reason why the election results were given out before we really knew who won. It's exactly the same. They're trying so hard to get the ratings and pull the people into their station that they'll go with reports before they're completely confirmed.
Do we have the New York papers? Because there was an interesting thing in the paper today.
In the Post, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? The CNN ratings?
Yep.
One of the publicists for CNN sent out a press release to all the papers talking about how great their ratings were during this whole thing.
Yeah.
Hoping the papers would write that, CNN's ratings were through the roof. And I applaud this one writer for one of the local papers just completely trashed CNN for having the gall to send out a press release like that.
Unbelievable.
Especially when everyone is just watching TV, so there's no real way of trying to figure out, what station's getting all the people watching. Because I know personally, I've with the remote control.
You flip around like crazy.
Ridiculous. So how can you even tell, which station's getting all the ratings?
Yep.
You know what guy it was? I want to give him. I want to applaud him today. It was in the Post.
Yeah, it was.
Let me. Yeah, it says shame on CNN. This horror doesn't need the push of publicists. It's Adam Buckman. Who on earth would call at a time like this to talk about the ratings? Publicists in the TV news business, that's who. Thousands upon thousands of people are likely dead beneath the rubble of World Trade Center, and some publicists were phoning us here at the Post yesterday to make sure we knew how many people watched their network's coverage on TV on Tuesday. And lest anyone think I'm painting the entire industry with the same brush, let me come right out and identify who the culprits were. It was the publicity department at CNN in New York. Oops. And they also went on, that's right, they also went on to say that if Paula Zahn would be available for an interview.
Thank God.
So you could talk about Paula Zahn and what she has seen so far. And then they go on to say Paula Zahn's nowhere as close to ground zero, so what the hell would she have to say about this?
They're saying Delta Force commandos to protect reopened airspace. A lot of the airports are going to have these people, and they are looking towards some Delta Force people for onboard security. We need trained personnel who know how to deal with the use of weapons in an aluminum cylinder that's flying through the air. So they're asking for Delta Force personnel to be on some planes. That's nice. What lunatic son of a bitch is going to pull out a box cutter when there's a Delta Force a guy on one of these planes? This is the stuff I wouldn't mind having happen.
Here's the video, Ant, as the guy's carrying out the black box. Look at this guy.
Yeah, he's totally covered up.
Isn't that wild?
And they got sheets around him. That is so weird.
All right. Steve, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Okay, I called earlier, but I had to tell you something which I just got a call from my mother.
She works for the State Department of Health and Senior Services in Trenton, New Jersey.
Yeah.
And through vital statistics, she just called me, asked me if I knew who Whitney Houston was. Well, duh. And she said around 1 p.m. today, she had died at the University of Medicine and Dentistry.
There's no way we can
confirm
this.
I'm not BSing you. I'm just saying what she told me. She works for the State Department.
The rumors are flying like crazy, but we can't confirm this. Now,
why wouldn't that have made the news?
Is it just trying to keep it low right now? I don't know. If you hear about it, I'm just saying you heard it here first.
What, your mom works at that hospital?
No, my mother works for the State Department of Health and Senior Services.
Okay.
And she just called me and told me that.
Well, a publicist, this is on Yahoo. Publicist, Whitney's not dead. That's the official word from her publicist's office in the wake of a fast-spreading radio-fed rumor. We didn't start that one, ladies and gentlemen. Radio-fed rumor claiming the R&B diva had died from a drug overdose. I repeat, Whitney's publicist saying she is not dead.
A lot of publicists say everything.
And she probably has family that are listening to us right now, too, so...
If it is true, I'm just saying, I'm telling you.
All right.
If it's not, I'll take the blunt of it.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
All right.
Bye.
You suck.
All right.
How about this? From Reuters, nearly 12 tons of gold appears to be buried under the mountains of debris from New York City's destroyed Twin Towers, where experts said it was securely out of reach of treasure hunters, looters, and for now, even the bullion trading community. The bars, worth about $106 million, were stored in an underground warehouse near the World Trade Center and held on behalf of COMEX Metal Trading. It's probably safer than it's ever been. It's probably buried under 107 stories of rubble, is what they're reporting. But 12 tons of gold bars. No wonder they have armed people down there, armed National Guardsmen.
George, you're Cuban?
Yes, sir.
And what do you got today?
Well, I was saying that normally I have, I'm Cuban descent. I came here when I was 6 years old, and I've been here 30 years, and I normally carry one of those, air fresheners in the car with the Cuban flag.
We joke about that stuff all the time on our radio show.
You know what my flag is right now?
Huh.
It's in my glove compartment. That's where it belongs right now. Because my heart is the United States. That's who I am. That's where I live. And I work near Patterson, and there's a lot of rioting going on there with the Muslim community. They're celebrating and cheering on what's going on. I think that's horrendous.
Well, another thing we can't confirm. I mean, the head of the police was on Donna Mike and said that was not going on. So we got to report that.
I have about 20 employees that work for me that live in Patterson, and they tell me it's going on.
That's what you're saying. We don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, guys, you're doing a great job.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Here's a little stupid son of a bitch story I found. Plane ordered to land by Bush Ranch. A small private plane flying in the vicinity of President Bush's ranch was ordered by the military to land Thursday. A 71-year-old pilot and his son were detained by the Secret Service after the FAA declared the plane was unauthorized. It appeared the pilot went up for a joyride in his Cessna. Obviously bad timing, they said.
Yeah, how stupid.
How do you fly your plane near Bush's ranch on a joyride thinking no one's gonna take note? The guy's lucky he didn't get shot out of the sky. Unbelievably stupid.
Alex, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Wow, you've been on your car phone for over an hour. I apologize, but the phones are crazy today. You're calling from D.C.
Yeah. Hey, guys. Hey, my family's from El Salvador, but I've been here for over 20 years. And this hits home, man. My heart goes out to you guys over there in New York.
Well, you're going
over
through
here
a very similar situation.
In D.C., it's crazy, man. You got police and you got military uniforms just every single corner.
Mm-hmm.
Just guiding the traffic. I mean, you look at the face of everybody. Everybody's walking around numb. It's just freaking nuts, man. We need to get this going, and we need to get over there and just wipe them all out, bro.
In a matter of time, my friend.
God bless you guys. You're
right,
doing a hell of a job.
Thank you, Alex.
It'll be done. I have no doubts now that we will respond in a very big way.
Hey, Cliff, what's up? You're next.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Hey.
I don't know if you guys heard about the report in Newton, Massachusetts.
You guys hear about the hotel that got found?
Weston.
No.
Another hotel?
There was another hotel they found yesterday. It's off of Needham Street. It's the big street in Newton.
Yeah.
They found newspapers with Arabic writing and
Boys, I live in Newton, boys. Yeah?
And they found flight manuals or flight plans for Boeing 767. And I work at an internet company in Newton, and we got a call from the FBI yesterday. They wanted to, apparently somebody last week was looking at confidential Iraqi documents, and they wanted to track it down and all, so it's hitting really close to home for me.
How about that?
What's that?
All right, thanks for that.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, Cliff.
Yeah, a lot of, they also found similar stuff in that rental car. If you find aircraft manuals, how to fly commercial aircraft written in Arabic, yeah, I think you found where some of the suspects were. I don't think you really have to think much about that.
Let's see what's going on in Philly today. Ed, what's up?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I just wanted to say, 94 YSP has been doing a great job of covering this all day. Between Howard and you guys, they had Cousin Ed and Larry Kane from one of the news stations down here. And they've just been calling up, letting people vent their frustration.
Yeah, that's all you could do. If you can't do this type of radio, then get out of the business. I mean, gonna say it all day long in New York here, and it's ground zero. We're right in the middle of everything. You could smell death in the air. Radio stations have already gone back to their music, their regular program.
Yeah, and WMMR, I don't think, has stopped playing music.
Whatever. Just proving what they're all
ridiculous.
about. Yeah. No surprise, because the guy in New York runs that rock station in Philly as well. So he put one of his little boys in there, and they, that guy can't do anything without calling his little buddy up here in New York. So no surprise that they're playing music as well.
It's ridiculous.
So what do you got, Ed?
I just wanted to say you guys are doing a great job and keep it up.
That's it?
Yeah.
You waited 2 hours for that?
Yeah, what the hell?
Why not?
It's a weird time right now.
Yeah.
All right. We're getting down to Philly soon, by the way.
I'm waiting for you.
We're slowly going to get back to, doing something that resembles our regular show, and I think we're going to get down there in the middle of October to kind of hang with you guys, so that'd be cool.
I'll look forward to it.
We have details on foundrymusic.com, FOUNDRY music.com. It's not really confirmed yet, but we're working on it.
All right. Sooner back to normal, the better.
Yeah, we're going to work toward that, hopefully soon.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Ed.
Catch you later.
All right. Yes, Rick.
The thing about the rescued firefighters and, about the guys that they thought were trapped for 2 days. Actually, Giuliani, there's a clip right there at number 1 that clears up everything about who these guys were and when they were found.
All right, so we thought we found 5 firemen that
were trapped
about 3 hours ago, right?
Right.
And 2 of the guys walked out of it.
Yeah, 2 of the 5
and then you just reported a couple minutes ago that was BS, and then reporting that it was BS.
Right.
And now here's Giuliani explaining the whole thing.
Exactly where these guys came from and when they were actually trapped.
They were probably digging or something, right?
They were part of the rescue effort and fell and were able to get out, and the other firefighters helped them, and they were able to get out. But they were not part of the original. They were not part of the original group of people that we were searching for.
Oh, okay.
So they were lost earlier today. That's what he's trying to explain.
Right. They probably fell down into one of these pockets, and they were able to rescue them. So it's definitely good news in a way.
Yeah.
Angelica.
Yes.
How are you?
Hi, how you doing?
Pretty good.
I thought it would be a good idea that a lot of these volunteers that are working downtown in the rescue should wear goggles. Because this isn't going to be like, a couple days work. This is going to be, a long time to clean it. And they keep suffering from these problems with their eyes, Wear those, swimmy goggles, I think that it might be a good idea. People are doing all these
goggles.
those donations.
Well, we headed down there before the show today, and people are wearing a lot of stuff.
Really? Yeah, I'm watching it, pretty
I saw
much.
a bunch of guys with gas masks, and they were well covered, so.
Yeah. Because, I don't know. I thought it might be a good idea. It's so sad what happened.
Okay.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Angelica. Sorry about that. Thank you, though. Colin, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Howdy, boys. How you doing?
All right.
Hey, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Cool.
I have to say, in past times, man, I've been the show. I really like you guys' coverage on doing this. I'm a volunteer myself up here, upstate. I'm a volunteer fireman, EMT, and man, I had a couple of guys that were down there from my own department, and one of them was just describing what he saw, and it was just unreal. Talking about just over and over, just kept repeating stuff. You just see the look of terror in the guy's eyes, man, as he was telling us. It was unbelievable. He just kept telling us over and over, I should be dead. He was there when the building came down, took off running, dove underneath one of the fire trucks. He said, fire truck and his helmet is about the only thing that saved him.
Yeah, you gotta wonder, those people that dove under the trucks, you gotta be thinking, it's a building falling. What the hell is this truck gonna do for me?
We had heard in the afternoon that two of our guys had gotten hurt. They were released at the hospital, and they were back out on the street again. And it was actually a relief that night when I went to my firehouse and I saw him standing there and telling us this stuff. And you could see just the absolute terror in this guy's eyes. I mean, I'm trying myself to be able to get down there here in the next couple of days to try to see if, what kind of help that I could possibly do. So, but anyway. Hey, this is a tragic thing, man, and hey, we need some affirmative action, and we need it now. We need it yesterday.
Yeah,
they know who these people are.
It's coming, and if I could go to a Reuters story here from
thanks, Colin.
From London. Get this. This is how scared Afghanistan is about what we might do. An Afghan Taliban, that's the government in Afghanistan, Taliban radio station monitored by the BBC said on Thursday that Taliban authorities said they were ready to hand over Osama bin Laden to an Islamic court if the United States could prove his guilt in the terror attack on the U.S.
Not good enough.
Wrong.
Not good enough.
That ain't good enough. Well, just hand him over to a court. They quoted the radio as saying, the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has honestly asked America to give clear and substantial evidence for what it considers Osama to be responsible for, and the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan will hand him over to one of the Islamic courts of the world in order to be tried. Wrong. Won't work.
Try again.
These people think that we're going to just let this guy be tried in an Islamic court of the world. See, they're backpedaling right now. They're backpedaling. We all know he resides in Afghanistan. We all know a lot of countries right now are not going to take this guy. They're afraid of what we will do to any country that harbors this guy. So now what they're doing is saying, all right, look, hey, they're stalling. We'll hand him over to a court if you give us evidence that prove. Don't even entertain these sons of bitches with an answer. Don't even give them an answer, a yes, no, do you have them, this is, now we just bomb the hell out of them. And then say, hand them over. That's all they understand. If you have them, in order that you will be able to hand them over to an Islamic court, hand them over to us right now.
First plane about to take off from Dulles since FAA shut down.
Is that it?
Michelle.
Hey, how are you?
All right.
I just wanted to read something if I could.
You want to read something?
Yeah, something that I wrote. I called in yesterday and I did the same, but I wrote another one today, so.
Okay.
I'm an American female and I'm only 17 and there's no excuse for the things that I've seen. I looked at what you did and I can't help but wonder why. They only went to work. They didn't deserve to die. I woke up this morning and I actually forgot what you've done. Then I took a second and I remembered September 11, 2001. It's a date we won't forget, when it brought us so much pain. To go against the world, you must be insane. I feel like I was robbed. My freedom was taken from me. But you'll get what you deserve if you don't screw in NYC. I'm sorry. It's you against the world, and as you know, there's no competition. So you better pray to God because America's on a mission. That's it.
Hey, did you say you were 17?
Yes, I am.
Oh, nice. Okay. I just heard that in the first line of your poem. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Can you call us in a couple weeks? All right, Michelle.
All right, thank you very much.
Very good, Michelle.
Thank
From
you,
the
Michelle.
heart.
Bye.
All right. Hey, Ron, what do you have?
That's all I heard.
Hey,
I'm only 17.
I was just at work today, and people are starting to finally come back to work.
Yeah,
and
today was the first day that you started seeing, people around.
Yeah, and I'm not going to be too long on this, but there's a definite byproduct of this terrorism that nobody's talking about.
What's that?
And that's the fact that people are really high-strung right now. I saw a couple of people snap at each other over nothing.
Yeah.
And it's really because they're all tensed up and keyed up over this thing. And I guess, if anybody's listening, just kind of take a step back, because you're not yelling at the person across from you. You're mad at someone else. Don't get freaked out about stupid things. Remember what we're focused on. It was really bad to see. It really, really bothered me what I saw today.
And people are just wound tight right now.
Yeah, and, hopefully...
I haven't seen any of that. I've seen the opposite. I was on the subway, and I felt really safe today.
Well,
I'm always a little paranoid in the subway system of New York. I was sitting there, and I felt really, really safe.
Up until now, I was with you. I see a lot of, sort of unexpected acts of kindness and traffic and everything else, but what I saw today in the office was really, really disturbing. And Anthony, thanks, by the way, for reminding us what the show's all about when you asked what's her name, if she was really 17. Way to stay on point, guys. You guys are doing a great job.
All right,
thank you.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going down as far as people. Well, people are taking out some aggressions on Arabs. It's happening. In Texas, a Molotov cocktail thrown against the side of an Islamic society. What else happened? Palos Heights, a man attacked a gas station attendant with a machete. And in Huntington, New York, Opie. Huntington, New York. That's where you live. A 75-year-old man who was drunk tried to run over a Pakistani woman in the parking lot of a shopping mall. The man then followed the woman into a store and threatened to kill her for destroying my country. A drunk 75-year-old. Jesus Christ, man. We've lost our minds.
Well, do we have to say that's something that we really shouldn't entertain?
Yeah, I mean, I think
we don't have to say that.
I think normal thinking people know that a lot of the Arabs that are over here are here because they wanted to get away from the misery of living in that crap-infested place that is the Middle East and a lot of the countries over there. So taking it out on them, they came here because they believe in America and what it is, what it's all about. So them coming here to get away from the people that support stuff like what happened 2 days ago, to beat them up is just ridiculous to entertain something like that. There are a small percent of the people that come over here to do evil things. And hopefully we can weed those out, but I don't think that should be left up to some drunk people driving in cars or machete-wielding people that need gas. Maybe we could leave that to the military and
I just gotta say, I have goosebumps.
Yeah, she was 17.
No.
What? Oh, sorry, what?
On CNN, they just showed a shot for maybe 2 straight minutes of just a plane in the sky, the first plane.
Oh, that took off?
That took off from Dulles since the FAA shut down, and they just showed the plane in the air. And all of a sudden, I'm just watching, and I'm just getting goosebumps and, like, the chills inside. Like,
You know what? A lot of people, travel agents have said, a lot of people canceling their reservations for flights. A lot of people afraid to fly. If I had to fly, I would love to have been on those first few flights that took off from those airports, because those are the safest, most secure flights that we're ever going to see.
All right.
Yeah, there it goes.
Now where do we go? I don't even know. I don't know what to do anymore. Is it where you want to go, Ant?
I don't know. Just troll the phones, plunk one down. I don't care.
All right, let's go back to Boston and talk
people
to
talking.
Kristen, what's going on?
Hey guys.
Hey.
How are you?
Pretty good.
I can't really hear you, but I don't know. It's ridiculous. He's tried to kill like 6 world leaders already. It's time for him to go. I got an email today, and I don't know if you guys heard. Tomorrow night at 7, they'd like to light a candle for everybody and
I got
keep your lights on till everyone's out and alive.
Yeah, there's a couple things that people are trying to get going, and one of them is to light candles tomorrow night at 7. Here in New York, every night that goes by, there's just more and more candles everywhere. And the other thing is people are starting to drive with their lights on to, show support.
Mm-hmm.
They're just doing that as we speak, so that's pretty cool as well.
I mean, this has just rocked me. Definitely. This is a situation that
I
could never imagine.
Yeah, who could? I hope it rocked you.
Oh, definitely. I haven't been able to do any work, nothing. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And did you know that his father had 52 children?
Who, Rick's?
Yeah.
Oh,
Is that his name?
Damn, I was right on it. Rick's. That was Rick's grandfather. See, we'll get there. It's going to take time, but we're slowly getting there.
That's awful, Rick.
Well, I haven't turned BCN off in the last few days. Between you and Howard, you guys are great.
Thanks,
Nick,
Krista.
we can live without, but
Yeah, Boston, one of the cities we give a lot of credit. A few of the stations we're on just dropped the ball. One decided that this wasn't important enough and started playing music, and we straightened them right the F up.
Well, 2 days I don't think is enough for everybody to comment. New news comes in, new feelings come out of people, and they want to vent and call up and just be pissed or sad or something. And I think that's a big part of what radio's about.
Absolutely.
It's kind of an outlet.
All right, Kristen, thank you.
Sure, guys. Have a good day. And
All right, thanks. We will, and we're gonna come.
Later.
We're gonna come see you guys soon too. So let's move on to Clint in D.C. Clint.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm down here in D.C. A little miffed about the D&M move, but I really enjoyed listening to you guys. I've got 2 quick points for you.
Yeah.
The first is I don't want the American public to forget about supporting our military. I'm a captain in the Air Force.
All right.
I want the support to continue when we start bombing these bastards. Because I don't want these liberal arts schools, all these hairy-pitted women, to start marching them down the streets complaining
hairy-pitted women.
Doing.
Yeah.
And I want the support to continue. The other point I want to make is that it's become increasingly more acceptable for Congress not to spend. We're not where we need to be right now.
Not to spend money on the military, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
You need to continue to tell your congressmen and representatives to continue spending money so we can continue to do our job. And I can promise you one thing, is that we're going to take care of those bastards.
Yeah. Well, I sure hope they do think about this and put more money into the military that's just been dismantled over the past 8 years.
You're exactly right.
We do not have near the strength in the military that we had during the Gulf War.
No.
Even. And 8 years of prosperity and relative peace, with the Soviet Union dissolving, we sat back and just let it rot away. And now, now we paid for it a little bit with the loss of the intelligence that we had and the protection that we just had. The blanket of protection over our country is gone. So we need to be spending some money and get that back.
You're right. And you had a question earlier about how come the Pentagon wasn't protected and things of that nature. Now, I don't know if you've ever been down here, but Reagan International, the flight path, they essentially fly over the Pentagon on a daily basis.
Yeah, that's what I hear. Now, Reagan International, a relatively new airport?
No, it's been there for a long time.
Has it been there for a while? Oh, it's just renamed.
Just renamed.
But that one's been close to the Pentagon for years.
Yeah, you can almost hit it with a rock from National. It's that close. So we heard it hit the Pentagon. I work right across the river from it, and it's disgusting that I got to go outside and smell my Pentagon burning. And wanting to know who's been in there and who's not making it out, and who are they to come in our house and think that they can get away with this because it's coming. We're going to bring it, and we're going to bring it strong. I promise you.
Very cool.
I can't wait.
It's coming. And that's why I want to make sure that you guys let your listeners know. I know you have a large listening audience, but once we start doing this, they can't backslide. They can't start complaining.
No, I think
if they want it done right, they need to let us do our job.
I think you'll have a lot of support, believe me.
And it's got to stay there.
Isn't this how you like your Air Force captains? A little bit of an accent, named Clint.
I like it.
There you go. Kick some ass,
I grew
man.
up in Arkansas. That's where this came from. So
you ever hear a captain in the Air Force sound like Gay Marco?
Hey,
it's all about
don't
boys
ask, don't tell. Hey,
it's all about the voice and
hey guys,
confidence.
I'm not going to take a bit more of your time. I just want to leave you with that. Continue to support spending on the military and don't backslide once we start bombing the hell out of them.
You got it.
Hey Clint, do you just go home and slap your kids around?
No.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Listen to him. Sounds like a level-headed guy.
Not unless they get out of line.
No, I understand that, but he's just, he's that type of guy.
Like the Great Santini?
Yeah, I was thinking the Great Santini.
Yeah, see that movie?
With the basketball.
Right.
Yeah, all
All right, Clint, kick some ass, man.
Bye.
See, those are the guys that are going to be doing it for us, man. You know?
Well, the approval, the approval for this is just it's like over 90% of the American people are backing, some type of action. Some type of severe action, they
right?
say.
You see Shay from Connecticut checking in. Thank God. When Ann thought that Opie got goosebumps for a 17-year-old girl, I laughed hard for the first time in days. Teen equal more gooder.
More gooder.
Very good.
More gooder on the way. One of our buddies, Rich Voss.
Hey, man.
Hey.
This is the first time I'm driving into New York, and the skyline, it doesn't seem real, you know what I mean? I look at the smoke and the empty buildings there.
Yeah.
It's like for 3 days I've been in like a daze. Hard to even function.
Yeah, the skyline of New York is looking like a crack whore. It's missing a lot of teeth right now.
This sounds so gay. It sounds so gay, but I got pictures of my daughters on top of the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
Right, that you take for granted. They're just pictures, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But now they really mean something. You know, I can't even talk about the anger and the days I go through and stuff.
Yeah. Well, Rich, I want to ask you something specifically. How did you explain this to your kids? I know you have a few there.
Well, I said to them, I go, first I asked them if they talked about it in school, and they said some stuff. I said, look, there's just mean people that don't like Americans, and I said to them, this is like war. But it's really hard for them to comprehend because, they're young kids. I said, it's just that people don't like America. And I mean, I don't know really, to tell you the truth, how do you explain some psychopaths taking over a plane and going into buildings?
Yeah.
It's easier to explain war. It's easier when, you see tanks and aircraft carriers and people are going to war. That's a lot easier to explain than when some psychopaths just take an American plane. And it's really hard. They kind of understand. And I asked them today on the phone, I said, do your teachers talk more about it? And they said, yeah. And my ex-wife is talking to them and stuff too. It's just, it's devastating. Let me tell you, if this was Israel, on Tuesday, Wednesday, Israel would have been attacking somebody, in my opinion.
Yeah, but you know something? That's gone on back and forth like a goddamn ping pong match. I never think Israel's response is strong enough, to tell you the truth. And I think what's taking a while is Bush and Cheney getting some kind of coalition of nations together to support this and to make sure they're going to support what our actions are, and getting the resources and getting the people together for something giant to really make a statement. This can only be something that the bombs cure by hitting. This has to be a message that's sent with the action. The bombs exploding and actually damaging buildings of people that support this kind of thing, or even getting bin Laden himself, that's one thing. The other part of this is that just the message that goes out that this is what will, not might, will happen to a country that supports this is just as big as the damage the bombs do themselves.
I got to interrupt you, Anthony. Breaking news, Senate side of U.S. Capitol being evacuated.
Probably a bomb scare.
Which is happening all over the country because West Coast Dave said there was a bomb scare in San Francisco today as well. I mean,
really?
it's everywhere.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe go into a couple of those countries and bomb and just show them, hey, look.
Oh, I'm sure there's a few on the short list. I think Afghanistan's the one everyone's looking at, but they have a few other ones that they're looking at, and I'm sure Iraq isn't off the list either.
Yeah. Well, listen, you guys are doing a great job, and it's really devastating.
It's beyond anything you could even.
It's really beyond anything, and to see this right now is it's horrible.
I thank God I don't have kids like Voss, man, and other people. I mean, I couldn't imagine. I would just be like, shut up and leave me alone. You got to sit now and explain it to children, and I just don't. I do not have that in me. I'm too selfish.
I'm like a zombie right now with that. You know what I mean? It's like it's so hard to explain, but my ex-wife's she's smart too. She's good, and so.
No, you explain it all by saying you're a zombie, because I mean, that's what we see when we walk out this building for lunch and stuff.
Yeah, everyone's just stunned. No one wants to. You don't want to laugh too hard as you're walking down the street, and no one else is. Because you don't want to come off like that. And there's nothing to laugh about, but if you're talking with your friends and you say something and you kind of chuckle, you don't want to make it seem like you're laughing too hard. Everyone's just walking around like yourself, like zombies.
It's
even the hot looking girls walking around aren't really doing it like they usually do. Like,
I know.
Oh, look at the cleavage. Yeah.
It's a chore to go to the supermarket right now. It really is. For me to be motivated to do anything. I don't know. It sucked all the life out of me.
Yeah. All right.
But, all right. Well, listen, you guys are doing a great job, man. I'll talk to you later.
All right, Rich.
All right.
Yeah, well, some of you guys.
When he said it sucked the life out of me, I was going to say like sitting and watching his act, but I figured I would just leave that alone.
It's coming back
for a while.
It's coming back a little bit. I think we need to kind of have the whole gang hang out tomorrow in the studio. I just kind of feel
that could be cool.
I feel naked. I mean, we usually have a lot of people around and we're having a lot of fun. I'm not saying let's
could be cool for Friday.
Let's party, but tomorrow's Friday, and maybe we should all just kind of
we'll have everyone come in and
together,
just discuss this whole thing with the listeners and everybody coming in. And that's a good idea.
So I put the word out to the O&A crew.
Put the bat signal up.
Yeah, bring some food and stuff, because it's just been strange by ourselves.
Yeah.
No interns, nothing.
I know.
Half the staff still hasn't come back to.
Dude, they're not going to be able to get into this building. No one's going to be able to get in this building.
Well, we'll have to send people down to get them or something.
Yeah, the security in this building is out of control. I mean, they're doing what they got. Amy, what's up? You're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hi, guys. I wanted to thank you for going commercial free and allowing just us listeners to call in and just vent and talk and have someone else to talk to.
Do you believe it's all coming out of Opie's pocket? I don't
You
either.
must have some deep pockets over there, Opie.
Wouldn't you rather go listen to a Rush song on another station?
Absolutely not. You know what? This is the first time in this country that I can remember that the whole world has been on hold. I got to tell you, I'm down the shore.
Yeah, because that's true. Because like
the whole world's on hold.
Just in our stupid lives, our true radio show is on hold. But I mean,
everything, yeah.
But everything is on hold. There are people that need to go somewhere. They need to conduct business.
It's unbelievable.
Who in their right mind is buying anything? They're worried about the economy at this point.
What does that say about the state of
who
mind
feels
of
like
America?
going out and getting some stereo equipment or
buying a new car?
Or car stereo? No one,
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I'm down the shore in New Jersey, and even down here, the aura of the people around here is just unbelievable. Like you said, now
I hear Asbury Park's deserted. Oh, wait a minute.
Well, that's nothing new.
I know.
I had a death in the family over the summer. One of my siblings died, and I went to the store that night just to get some food because we hadn't eaten. And I got to tell you, I have not had this type of feeling since that had happened. It's like walking around feeling very vulnerable.
Yeah, that's the word too.
Very
vulnerable. You walk around and, like I was saying earlier, just planes flying over your head, something you took for granted, something that was just a daily occurrence like anything else in your life, all of a sudden becomes something that's a little scary.
Right.
You hear the jet engines. You remember, then the clips start playing in your head again, and this is something.
It's very scary.
It's something that terrorists want. This is their job, to terrorize, to make something that is an ordinary, everyday occurrence in your life, something that now terrorizes you.
If Dick Cheney
that's
can
what they've done.
If Dick Cheney can use the word bastards,
yes,
it's bad. It's just, and if Opie and Anthony, I'm a long-time listener, if Opie and Anthony are just as serious can be, that it's big. Really.
Yeah, really.
I really appreciate you guys.
I
really
definitely
do.
don't like being like this all the time. It's depressing me.
It's just, I really have to commend the American people for just putting their lives on hold and praying for these poor families who don't know where their loved ones are, and they're holding up these pictures. I'm watching MSNBC now, and these poor people just have the worst looks on their faces.
Yeah.
It's awful.
All right, Amy. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Yeah, I know eventually or sometime soon we got to get back to doing our show because my mom's listening every day. without turning the station.
Yeesh, that's bad. Yeah, mine too, I bet you.
My mom, she can't go. She'll listen for 5 minutes and then she goes, I
had to
was
turn it
listening
off.
to you guys and you went into that lesbian thing and I went click.
Had to turn it off.
They've been listening nonstop.
Yeah.
Your brother wants in on this. Yes, hold that up again.
The Joe.
Oh, okay.
Hey, man.
No plugs, right?
You're not going to do it.
No. And your mom is listening every day.
Oh, is she? Yeah.
Yeah, mom's listening every day.
God, I can't wait to turn her off. I can't wait to disgust. I can't wait till we can get back to disgusting our parents.
I know. Me too.
Yeah.
I wish I could be there tomorrow, fellas.
Yeah.
I'm going to be driving past, and be inside of the skyline within probably about an hour.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, I actually have butterflies because I've been in and out so many times since you guys been back.
Yeah.
That I actually have butterflies in my stomach thinking about what it's going to be like to see that for the first time.
Well, yeah, you know something, you're right, because when I was driving in from Brooklyn the first time, or driving into Long Island when we had a broadcast there on Tuesday, I was thinking the same thing, like, oh man, it's just going to be, we've watched it on TV and it was just so devastating. It's going to be really bad seeing
can't
it.
compare, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Can't compare to seeing it live.
Yeah, it's awful.
Joe, you know the view you get when you take the Long Island Railroad into the city?
Yeah.
And just before you go in the tunnel, you see the entire skyline?
Right.
Yesterday coming in, everyone went to the left side of the train to get a really good look. And
I could imagine.
And you could
imagine, man.
You could just feel I don't even know how to explain it. Just the heart and the soul of all the people on the train just got sucked out of them.
Yeah.
Everyone kind of gasped quietly.
Sure. I just got to say, man, you guys, as you know, I've been with you guys from the beginning, and you're doing a tremendous service. Kudos to you guys, man.
Thanks, Joe.
I mean, really good job. Great radio, and you're doing a great service to the city and beyond, man.
Cool.
All right, brother Joe.
Thanks, man.
All right, guys. I'll
Careful
talk to you
driving.
soon.
Okay.
All right.
Later. Look at that. Our mothers are listening.
Psycho Tim, what's going on?
That's every politician in Boston. This is just for them to get up there and talk and promote themselves.
What, you're at the memorial service up there in Boston at City Hall, right?
Yeah, everybody showed up. Swift, yes, when the thing happened, Swift got in a car and had a police escort out to Framingham to get away from any terrorist attacks. And then she gets on the thing and she says, oh, start on people in New York, but everybody go and vote for the 9th district.
No, that's
now
right.
she's up there today and her fat body sitting there trying to get votes because she knows she's done after this time.
Hold on. Now you're talking about the governor.
The governor,
Yeah, now,
Swift.
right. Now, she was promoting who people should vote for?
Yeah, remember Moakley died? So
Holy smoke. Hold on. I can't even get past that. It's a memorial service for the people that were lost.
No, this didn't happen today. That happened when the bomb went off.
Oh, when it went off?
When it hit the plane, she got in an escort and like drove out to Framingham to be safe for any bombs going off. And then she gets on the night before. She says, "Oh yeah, this is into 7 before." She goes, to vote today, but really sorry about the people in New York. Now they're all up there trying to get votes. That's all
disgusting.
this stuff is. It's free politics, you know?
Yeah.
Why they have a memorial service at 5:15 in downtown Boston where everybody's going to leave? So everybody walking home is like, oh, maybe I'll check this out for a few minutes.
It's Boston. Why bother? You know the Democrats are going to win everything anyway. They always do.
It's unbelievable. It's just despicable, you know?
All
they
right,
have a pre-scope and TikTok for 2 seconds, and the rest of the time it's just...
You do make a good point, because it is all free politics now, because we're all paying... most of us don't really...
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but it's the truth. We don't really pay attention to the issues and politicians, but right now... we're all watching TV, and they're all jockeying for position and stuff, because they
told
know
the better speech.
Yeah, they know they have our attention now.
Yeah.
F them, dude. It's just disgusting.
All right, Tim.
Thanks, guys.
All right, I got to quickly go back to Rich Voss. We might have lost him. He was going into the tunnel. Rich?
Hey, Anthony.
Yeah.
I just feel honored that I'm the first person you trashed since this all happened.
Okay,
I really feel good.
No problem, man.
All right, no problem. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Hopefully we can get back to tooling Rich Voss on a daily basis. That's too much.
I know the struggle.
U.S. Capitol being evacuated. There's a very visible police presence but no immediate word of what prompted the evacuation. Word is a suspicious package is the reason. Someone left their totes rain umbrella out, I'm sure. But, hey, better safe than sorry right now. All right. Who else we got?
I don't know. It's just,
yeah, we just keep going to calls, man.
All right. You want to go to a Colin Powell clip?
Yeah, he's been pretty good through this whole thing. He's been very concise, very easy to understand. He's not trying to be eloquent. He's talking like a leader and saying things I think a lot of people want to hear.
We will go after that group, that network, and those who have harbored, supported, and aided that network to rip the network up. And when we're through with that network, we will continue with a global assault against terrorism in general.
How about that? Global assault against terrorism.
I sure hope so.
I like that.
That's what we want to hear. I hope they follow through with that.
We have the resources. Let's use them.
On this next,
go ahead, Ray.
This next Colin Powell clip, it's he's directing these comments towards Hussein.
He is one of the leading terrorists in the face of the earth, and I would not expect the slightest drop of the milk of human kindness to be flowing in his veins.
Oh boy. Oh, he's got to be crapping himself. Oh. Now, there's a guy, Saddam Hussein, who he's been a thorn in our ass for years. For over a decade, he's been a thorn in our ass. And we beat him up pretty good during the Gulf War. Didn't go the distance to take him out. And he has returned to be a thorn in our ass again. And you cannot convince me he has not been responsible, or at least been part of a lot of the terrorism that's gone on against this country. He sat back trying to rebuild his military in his country, and at the same time funneled billions of dollars into terrorist organizations. You cannot convince me of anything different. He's a rich guy. That country rakes in a lot of money, and where's it spending it? Not on its people, that's for sure. It's going toward terrorism against this country, and I would be very surprised if when we tie up some of these loose ends, as I like to call them, he's not one of them. Be very surprised.
Let's move on to Fred. Hey, Fred. Fred?
Yeah.
What's up, man?
You're on the Opie and Anthony show. What's up?
Hey, how you doing, guys? I really appreciate what you guys are doing. I haven't been listening to you guys for a long time, but I'm really enjoying it. But one comment that I want to pass by about the people who are here, these Middle Easterners who are here. You know, the problem is we don't know who's good and who's not. You know, we have no idea who's really here to enjoy this great country and who's actually here to do harm. Now, the reason why I was calling is my brother-in-law is a battalion chief in New York. He was called in. The last time they heard from him was at 9:48 on Tuesday morning, and they still haven't found him. Now, another brother-in-law of mine is also a firefighter, and he managed to make it home and get some time off. But, man, you know, this is sickening, man. My niece, my goddaughter, is never going to see her father, man.
Oh, bro.
And it's like, this is crazy, you know?
Yeah.
So I you know what? I have no pity for no one right now. I don't care if they're innocent or not. You know, at this point in time, think of how many people are actually dead now at the Twin Towers and here at the Pentagon.
Well, there are going to be a lot of countries and people that are completely innocent in this act that are going to pay for past acts of terrorism, because this is going to be the time that we tie up all those loose ends. This is what I'm feeling. I really think, we settle all family business with this one. This is the one that, if I can say, wrecked it for all those other people that got away with what they were doing. I want to believe this so much. I hope it's true, and I really think it's going to be true that those people that got away with bombing of the USS Cole, Osama bin Laden responsible for the embassy bombings in Africa, all this has got to be answered for, and I think this was that last straw that finally did it, finally got all the support that we're going to need from, of course, the American people, but also the world, to go in there now and clean up that effing mess.
You got it.
All right, Fred.
Hey, man, thanks.
Thanks. I don't know how many more of these calls we can listen to. It's just kills you. George.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I actually, for 2 days I've been sitting home. I live in Jersey. I watched it live, and I couldn't sit at home anymore. And I went into the city. Even though I work below 14th Street, I figured I'd give it a try. And I walked down West Ave today, and I cried. There's people I got down as close as Hudson Street, and you can't, if anybody hasn't seen this thing and really seen it up close, you can't appreciate it on television. I mean, you just...
Well, I'm thankful for that, to tell you the truth.
I wouldn't use the word appreciative.
Well, I mean, you can't, because the magnitude of what has actually happened.
Right.
I mean, it's almost like, to some extent, my kids, think of it as it's almost like a video game to them. And then you go down and you see the people who are handing out water and waving flags, and the doctors lined up, and everybody to a person that's down there is trying to help and do something. And it makes you cry.
We got as close as Houston today, which is still a good 20 blocks away, and you feel it in that area.
Oh,
at any moment you could break down and cry because all the images going down there, man.
It tears you up.
You see the construction workers walking out just completely covered in who knows what, where they finally reach their limit and they got to go home and sleep. They got other people coming in to take their place, and you can just see it in their faces. They're just like,
I walked down with a bunch of Army guys, a bunch of reserves, and I walked down as far as I could walk down before they just didn't let anybody that wasn't working the site. But I saw those people come out that are just, covered in head to toe and just, absolutely nothing left. I have friends who are firefighters who I've talked to that were actually there when it happened. And I mean, the horror stories, it doesn't really hit you. And I mean, I thought it hit me while I was at home, but sitting there, and every time a fire alarm goes off in the town, you look up and you just can't live that way. And it was like putting some closure around it to go down there and see it and try and do anything you can to help.
Yeah. It's too much.
It's just something that's going to be, like Voss said. I mean, I've been on the top of that tower, on top of that mast.
Who hasn't? If you think about it?
I was on the slab. I used to work for a television station.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, I mean, I've stood close to that thing, and when I watched that thing go down, I mean, I remember being up there.
Yeah.
It was a hard day, but a day, that I needed to get across a bridge, be in the city, not let these people make us afraid of doing the things we need to do. And it was some closure, and, now it's time to mourn, pick up the pieces, help. And, I want to put those towers up so fast just to, sort of ram it down the throat to the people who have done this.
All right. Thank you, George.
Thanks, guys.
It seems like the White House is listening to us. Breaking news. Vice President Cheney moved to Camp David.
Oh, he was? Damn.
Because we asked that question earlier. It's like,
where is he?
They're answering us through CNN. I really believe that. So I'm like, I just want to see Dick Cheney. I'll feel safe. I know he's still around.
Moved to Camp David, huh?
All right, there's our answer. We're like, where is he? Isn't that weird in a way?
Yeah.
I know they're not listening, but it's whatever. Okay, Foot, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I was thinking of what Joe Buck was saying before. I was on the Northern State yesterday, and when you go to the Northern State over the LIE, you used to be able to see the Twin Towers.
Yeah.
And all I just saw was the smoke, and it's this whole thing, and like this woman said that called before, it's sort of like a friend dying. It really hit home in that way.
Of course.
It's something you're familiar with and something that's been there, and you expect it to be there for your whole life.
Yeah.
And then it's just gone.
And that cloud that's just hovering where the towers used to be, it's like a ghost.
It's just it's a god-awful
hanging
thing.
out there.
Yeah. Hey, before I go, I just want to give a shout out. I got a couple of buddies that are firemen.
Yeah.
And John LaRocchia and Billy Bingo, man, we're out there. We're thinking of you, and God bless.
All right.
All right, guys. Take care.
Take it easy, man.
Bye.
There's Joe Curry, one of my pals.
Well, yeah.
Sure,
why not?
Sure.
Okay.
Where was that call?
This is how we're taking our breaks because we just feel like we have to do 4 straight hours without going to a news broadcast or something. So just bear with us when we need to get our heads together for 20 seconds.
And then just reading over the phones.
And drink some water because usually
seeing who's there.
Usually we reorganize when we play commercials and stuff. We go through our instant feedback. We go through the phone, see what we got. We talk to each other. We'll play a couple rounds of foosball and then and go over what we need to do next. But
Jerry from Edison, thanks for the few laughs today. I feel like I haven't laughed in a month. It does feel like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, more laughs on the way. I think that's healthy. I don't want to forget anything what I've seen anytime soon. But I think laughing will be a healthy thing to do.
Yeah. If you guys keep up the total seriousness, I'll have to check CNN to see if they're telling dick jokes.
Remember that?
Yeah. Gee, who knew? God damn, man.
That used to be our mantra.
If you hear us doing hard-hitting news or real news, talking about the news, CNN will be doing the dick jokes.
I guess we're not going to be able to play that sweeper anymore.
Oops. I'm Paul Azan, and I like them this big. Wow, a dick joke.
By the way, Paul Azan, you're not that busy that you can't take a shower.
Is that what she's saying now?
Oh, my gosh. She's got the greasy, oily hair I'm so important, I can't even shower. No, you stick your head under a sink. CNN's not going to miss you that much.
Greg Brooks from Philly. He's got something in his email about Marcellus Wallace from Pulp Fiction. And, I think we all feel like we've taken it hard. And when people ask how you doing, are you all right? I think we could all answer, no, I'm pretty effing far from all right. But we can only hope we answer with a pair of pliers and a blowtorch and get medieval on their asses.
A few people's asses.
Yeah. That's an interesting analogy that Greg had.
All right, let's talk to Rob. Rob, what's up?
Hey, guys, LTL FTC. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
I figured that out.
Just checking in. They let us go today at work early because the phone line they work Tuesday, Wednesday, today at noon, boom. The phone lines went out. And the T1 line for their computer network connection, boom, just for whatever reason went out.
Whereabouts do you work?
Parking 31st. And I mean, that's like a mile away.
More breaking news. All New York airports shut down due to FBI activity.
Oh, I wonder what's going on there.
Well, that came across. They supposedly have stopped a few guys in JFK.
I was able to get into Grand Central, so that reopened because I just got home. So didn't that close earlier today?
I don't know. It's getting so confusing around here. I don't even know.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks. Hey, guy, good talking.
All right, thanks. Someone's got some info on the Capitol thing. Todd, what's up?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Hey.
I just want to let you guys know that Gary Ackerman was on Fox News, Channel 5, reporting about the Capitol evacuation.
Really? Our buddy Gary?
Yeah.
He's a congressman from out on Long Island.
I don't know if he's... We have a weird relationship with him because I think I could talk for Anthony as well. We don't really agree with what he has to say.
I don't agree with much of his politics at all, to tell you the truth. He's a nice enough guy. We love having him on the show. He's got a great sense of humor.
Yeah.
But as far as
it's
his politics
weird relationship we have, though.
Yeah, I've always been against his politics. I
hope people know that because he has called the show a lot and he says things I just don't agree with.
He got a little upset Tuesday, I guess we talked to him. He got a little upset at the fact that I was saying that during Bill Clinton's 8-year tenure in the White House that our military and especially the CIA and our international intelligence has gone down the crapper. Right. And it has brought forth things like that happened yesterday. It compromised our missile technology that China now has, a direct result of spies being given carte blanche to this country because they gave money to Bill Clinton. They gave money to the Democratic election, and Bill Clinton kind of relaxed on the security, and they took a lot of secrets out of this country. And the intelligence just dwindled away to nothing. And it could have prevented, I think, a lot of what happened Tuesday.
And then he took a stab at Bush and then he said, Bush is handing out those $300 checks.
Yeah, he was trying to somehow tie in the fact that Bush gave out the $300 tax relief checks, and somehow that had an effect on what happened. I am not a fan, and don't get me wrong, I hate when I talk badly about the Democrats or about Bill Clinton. I'm not a Republican. I'm not one of these right-wingers. I don't like a lot of their policy either, and I've criticized that. I'm a regular guy. I could be in the middle somewhere. And for him to come across then and defend his boy, Bill, just based on political lines, it's a little weird.
All right, so
on Tuesday.
What did he have to say on Fox?
Well, he's actually standing across the way as he's watching, just like we are, everybody evacuate the Capitol building, commenting that, sometimes they have these things in a non-threatening time where, there's just a package that's, left around and they take a look at it and then they'll go blow it up somewhere and get rid of it. And obviously now they have dogs in there and they're checking out they're checking out the package very seriously. But, everybody, all the congressmen seem to be just hanging out on the lawn, hanging out very casually. And they're actually taking the example, he said, from, Rudy Giuliani, who has been very calm and collected through this whole thing. And Anthony, I heard you before talking about that, and I got to agree with you. I was never a big Giuliani fan, never even a big Bush fan, but I think I think Bush is playing into his role now, and he's just getting a little bit more comfortable with what needs to be done.
Yeah, Giuliani, we talked about this earlier. I don't agree with a lot of his policy. We've banged heads in the past 3 years that we've been here. I don't think a mayor's job is to tell us our morality. Right. I don't think a mayor's job is to tell art museums what they can or can't have hanging on their walls. I don't think a mayor's job is to keep adult entertainment from adults that want to see that and pay money for it. What a mayor's job is, though, is exactly what Rudy did since Tuesday. He's acted like a leader. He's rallied the troops. He's gotten the resources of the city together to keep a huge city operating to the best it can in a situation that is just inconceivable. And I think he's done a great job and come across as a true leader. He doesn't have much time left in office as mayor in New York, but this is his finest hour in his term here.
Yeah, he's been nothing but balls out, and same thing with Bush. And if we, I think all Americans and all the listeners will sleep well at night, sleep well tonight, knowing.
Oh, really?
That Saddam and
maybe soon, but not tonight.
Maybe not tonight, but soon. I think ultimately we will finally sleep well at night when these two guys, both Saddam and Bin Laden, are off the face of the earth.
Yep. All right.
Thanks a lot, guys. Take care. You're doing a great job.
Thanks, Todd.
All right.
Jenna has an interesting observation. Jenna?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right.
I was just coming through Newark on 280, and when you guys said that they've been saying for about a half an hour that they closed the airports down, that's not true. There was a plane climbing out of Newark.
Oh, yeah?
This is ridiculous. They're lying to us, and I feel very vulnerable.
Jenna, they said New York airports.
Yeah.
New York, that's Newark, though. Newark is New York.
New Jersey. Newark is officially
Jersey.
In Jersey.
I think they closed Kennedy and LaGuardia.
All right, well, then that makes sense. But usually when they say New York.
By the way, they arrested a couple people, too.
Oh, they did?
Yeah. But can I say something else about Mayor Giuliani?
Yeah.
On MSNBC this afternoon, they had a big story where you could, watch a movie, and I watched it, and it said the world leaders, and it had President Bush, and second, right after Bush, with Mayor Giuliani. Let me tell you something. Some people don't agree with what he did in the past few years that he's been around, but you know what? He has stood so tall through this entire development that keep him in for a few more years.
Yeah, you'll live to regret that if he did, because when things get back to normal, he's still the uptight son of a bitch.
But you know what, though?
He's doing
Anthony,
a great
what's
job.
normal, though?
But yeah, I hear
what's
you.
What's normal? This is going to take a long time. Long time.
I got you.
I mean, I haven't slept in 48 hours. I'm afraid to because I live alone. Not that anything else is going to happen, but still, just the mere fact that
we don't know for sure.
I live right outside of Newark last night. All I heard were the planes and the Air Force and the helicopters just shipping people to the hospitals.
Yeah.
That's frightening to hear over your head.
Yeah.
And I mean, we all have our own insecurities, but we're so strong. I've seen so many flags and so many signs that say, God bless America. Together we stand. And we're not going to fall. Fuck this. Oh, excuse me.
Whoa, hold on.
Sorry. But we're going to stay together.
All right. Jen, I don't think you have anything to worry about in Newark.
Well, I have a lot more to worry about.
I can't imagine them bombing anything in Newark.
It's already been bombed.
It cost thousands of dollars in improvements.
Listen, guys, thank you so much for everything. You keep the day going strong.
Thanks, Jenna.
Thanks, Jenna. Let's go to Mike. This is another thing we should bring up fast. Mike?
Yo, O&A.
Hey.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Hey, you were talking about all this. I just came home from work, and I got an email from one of my friends saying that some scumbag is putting up websites saying that they're helping the Red Cross. And you're supposed to give out your credit card information. And what they're doing is just keeping the money for themselves.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring this up, and it has been reported. There are a lot of fake charities going up on the internet and stuff. If you want to give money and stuff, just be, make sure you know where this money's going. Just don't assume that everyone is, means well.
On the up and up.
And they're gonna, do what they say, because there's a lot of people out there, a small percentage of people out there that are taking advantage of this situation. So.
The Red Cross official website, if I can give it out real fast so people know where they're going.
Hey, wait. Don't give out any sites.
No, it's the Red Cross official website. I'm looking at it from MSN.com.
Mike, let's not give out.
Yeah, we'll give it out.
And talking about the planes, I just saw 2 planes going and right on top of my house, going through Newark Airport. So I guess everything.
They're open.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm in the military. And I'm just waiting for that phone call. I'm ready to go and crash some skulls.
Kick some ass.
All right, Mike. Thank you.
Yeah,
Anthony, you got
Mike
something over there?
12.
Yeah.
It's the Better Business Bureau cautioning people who receive charity calls that there's a lot of people out there now that are frauds, that are trying to use this opportunity to make a buck. Human greed is amazing. This is probably the worst time somebody could do something like this, because so many people want to help and want to give money, and these bastards come out of the woodwork like this. This should be a capital offense. This should be a capital offense. This is the same thing as looting. This is looting by proxy. If you're seen on the streets looting during a disaster when a state of emergency is declared, I'm not absolutely sure of this, but I do believe you can be shot for looting by the National Guard. So why not be able to kill these people? Capital punishment for people accepting money, looting people during a situation like this.
Jack's got info on the 4 guys arrested at which airport, Jack?
JFK.
JFK, okay.
They were posing as pilots. They had credentials and were in uniform.
Really fast?
All right, wait a minute. They had credentials as pilots?
They had credentials and in uniform.
And in uniform, and they were arrested?
They were arrested.
Masquerading as pilots?
Right.
Ooh, man, what the hell is that about?
It's on Fox, if you guys have got Fox. So.
Yeah, that's okay.
Thanks, guys.
On like every news channel now. Well, I can only imagine what they wanted to do. I would hate to think, but you know something? I never put stupidity past human beings. I bet it was like, we thought it would be a good joke. Because people are that stupid. There was a guy that said at the airport this morning that was arrested and taken out because he made a joke about having a device in his briefcase.
Who in their right mind would do that?
Do you then beat him with his device? I mean, how stupid? How could you tie up resources, security resources? That's a crime right there. I never understood the people that joke about having bombs at the airport, and that they got to tell you that these will all be taken seriously and you'll be prosecuted. Morons. Think.
Yeah, I was trying to go to the bathroom, but Rick's in there doing who knows what. What phone call you want to go to here?
I don't know. Plunk one down. Take a look. See.
I'm trying to find one that'll just get you going, so I can run to the
take
bathroom.
A leak. Yeah, then when you're done, I'll take one.
Pick one that is going to make you just go crazy and take up some time.
All right, let's see.
Not even go crazy, but
I guess Bill's got a good point on line 1. That's good.
Okay.
Hey, Bill.
Go.
Bill.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, man?
I'm a Vietnam vet.
Yeah.
And I see a lot of flags flying and everything else around here, and I just hope that the young people that are really going to get involved in this situation, because we know it's all going to get huge. I mean, it's going to absolutely get huge. I just hope they got the balls to back it up.
Yeah, I don't think it's just the young people, too. I think there's been a lot of people, and they're well into their 30s and 40s, that haven't lived through a war, a real battle. You know, we've had the Gulf War, which we lost some people there, but nothing in the line of Vietnam.
It was nothing. It was nothing. It was 6 days or 8 days or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're talking about getting into a long-term confrontation with these people that you don't know who you're fighting, it just gets back exactly to what was happening back in the 60s and 70s.
A lot of people are saying that.
It's going to be, unfortunately, I think it's going to become an unpopular war again.
No, you know why? You know why, Bill? And I have to say this. The reason is it's New York.
Because we were attacked.
It's
right,
the capital. This was anybody that ever protested against Vietnam, their whole argument was, hey, why the hell are we going half a world away and fighting a war that has nothing to do with us? And, you know, you guys went over there.
Everything
it was
to do
your
with
call. I understand. Believe me, I know the history. But the thing is, those people that have that argument can't even argue that now because, my God, 2 of our skyscrapers are gone. Our capital of this country was attacked. This is the exact type of aggression against this country that everyone can agree is the reason to use our armed forces. They attacked our homeland, our country.
Absolutely.
And that
this is
was
just
always
like
the
it was
problem.
in World War II. Just like
Right.
World War II. It's an echo of it.
And that problem during Vietnam is a lot of people said, why, blah, blah, blah. But this one, I mean, there's no argument. We've been attacked on our own homeland.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that.
So
but
I think the
I'm
support's
afraid
going to come
that
from
the
there.
fact that I'm afraid when it gets unpopular, I think the same thing's going to happen again. When we start bombing all these women and children, and all these pussies come out and they tell us, you know, you really shouldn't be doing that. It's going to happen. The same thing has happened to us when we came back home.
Well, you know what? Now we have a video that we can sit them down in front of and watch our people toppling out of a building and watch our buildings burning and falling and our firemen and police officers dying in this. And then they could turn around and tell us what we should or shouldn't do.
Right. I just hope these young kids just know what they're getting into, because it's something that's extremely serious here, and lives are going to be lost, families are going to be broken up, everybody's going to be heartbroken, and it's just a no-win situation.
It's not
totally
an easy thing. Right. You know something? You're right. It's not an easy thing. It's not something that we're going to do where there won't be more loss of American lives. But, you know, that I
it's
think
something
we've been backed into that corner. We've been put in that position.
We have to do it, and if we don't strike, and if we don't strike fast, it's going to be a totally incredulous situation for the political system in this country. They've got to do something now, and they've got to do it, you know, really strong.
I agree with you, Bill. All right, man.
Okay. Thanks. Man.
Bye. CNN reporting that a White House aide is saying that more than one group could have been involved.
Well,
that's not far-fetched, right, Anthony?
No. Hell no. Could have been quite a few. And we bomb every one of them.
Bobby, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey. Oh, could I go to the bathroom now?
Sure.
Yeah, go to the bathroom.
Thank you, Bobby.
You're welcome. Hey, I just want to say my friends are flying to L.A. tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
And they're making out a well as we speak right now because they are scared S-less.
Why do they have to go to L.A. tomorrow?
Because
I can't imagine flying anytime soon. I was going to fly in about a week or so, and I've already said, screw that, I'm taking a car.
Their flight was originally Tuesday, but it got canceled because their boss is on vacation.
But what do they have to get back to?
It's some kind of, they work for a car dealer,
and
they're having some kind of big meeting out in L.A. that they have to go to. And if they don't go, they're going to lose their job. And they're scared S-less, and they're making a will right now.
Well, Anthony said something interesting a little while ago. He said that, these first few flights are probably the safest flights you could ever be on.
I agree.
You know,
we'll leave it first thing in the morning.
Can you imagine if something else happens in the next week or two?
Then I wouldn't go.
Right.
Well, right now, I would have no problem just going on a plane, no problems, no questions asked.
Right.
Get on a plane, fly, and you're there.
All right, Bobby.
Take it easy, guys.
Thanks for calling the show today. Let's go to Ann. Ann, what's up?
Hey.
Hey.
How you doing?
We've been better.
Oh, I know. Listen, the thing that strikes me most about this, my dad died 5 weeks ago of cancer.
Uh-huh.
And one of the things is that, you just get this sensation that you want the world to stop. And I think that in America we have this really unrealistic expectation that people are supposed to get back to normal really, really quickly. And it's, I wish that people would stop saying that. It's not going to feel normal for a really long time. And a lot of what everybody's feeling is this need for things to just stop. And, I work at a hospital and we were preparing to get casualties on Tuesday, and just the overwhelming feeling of grief that there was nobody to take care of and the feeling of helplessness.
Yeah, those images on TV really got me as well, because you could see all these people just kind of waiting in the lobbies of these hospitals. They're there to do a job to help save lives, and they're just standing around with their arms folded because no one was coming in.
I mean, even from our administrator, we were getting misinformation about how many people we were getting, and I'm running Polaroid film down to the morgue in case they need to take pictures of dead people, and then it's just it was crazy. And I work in pediatrics, and they're telling us how many kids we're going to get, and we're clearing off floors and just gurneys lining up, and people just wanting to do anything. When the first ambulance pulled up with our only ambulance victim, person brought in by ambulance, everybody was, he must have been charged by 30 medical staff. The guy was probably more freaked out at that than anything else. But and then we got a lot of walk-ins. We got people who got home and just somebody said, hey, maybe you need to go get checked out.
Yeah.
But I think that one of the things that's really notorious in the United States is that, we expect that people are going to get over stuff really quick.
You know what, though? It's not going to be quick, but eventually we end up getting over things. We remember them, but if you think back, remember when the Oklahoma City bombing happened? Mm-hmm. Remember the images there of the kids being brought out and how awful and horrible you felt about that, and how you wondered how the hell we were going to go on after that. Or when the Marine barracks was destroyed and all those soldiers were killed, and then the embassy bombings in Africa. We do eventually go on, and this just makes just dwarfs those by comparison in just the amount of the victims.
Yeah, and I guess I'm speaking more about people. I live in Jersey City, 3 blocks from the waterfront, and I guess I'm talking about people who are right here in the midst of it. Mm-hmm. That you're talking about, like, people snapping at each other and all this stuff. It's really, they're all very normal grief reactions, and I think the worst thing that people can do is to try to say that what they're feeling isn't okay and isn't normal. Yeah. And it's totally normal to have these mood swings and to snap at people and to be moody. I work with babies, and they were reacting. They picked up on our stress, and they react to it. So people just need to be really patient with themselves and patient with each other, and I guess that's my point.
I think the difference with this, and the reason we really feel like it's going to be hard to get over, is we didn't see those other ones actually as they happened.
Exactly.
We saw the aftermath, which was bad enough. And like I said, the loss of life in this one is a lot bigger than any of those previous terrorist acts. But to see it happen on TV is just, how the hell do you get over that? Those images are just stuck
you integrate it and you move on.
Yeah.
And you do the best you can, and that's all anybody can hope for, and hope that we all just rally and support each other. Mm-hmm. And these bastards that are messing with people, who think that this is funny, like, this is the most
I don't get
thing.
that.
Well,
Opie and I are probably amongst the 2 most twisted sons of bitches on the face of the earth.
Oh, I know.
I'll gladly claim half of that title.
Yeah.
But to joke around and try to bilk money and to bamboozle people about dead relatives, I don't get. To phone in bomb threats when stuff like this is happening.
Crazy.
I just don't understand it.
Like I know we're getting like 350 calls a day right now to our public relations department, just people desperate. And I just got off the phone with the director there, and I said, you know what?
you're giving people closure. They may never have a body, but they're not going to wonder whether somebody's on a respirator 3 years from now that they never went to look for at our hospital.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I think people are just desperate to help.
Yeah, and it's just a small percentage that are really, you know, taking advantage of all this crap.
It's true. That's true.
I mean, I thank God have not seen any of that as I walk the streets. So.
Well, I just appreciate you guys giving people permission to continue to grieve over this. So good job.
Well, yeah, you know, we're gonna move on from this, I guess, and figure it out. But
Bernadette laughs still every time she hears me say the word country or dick, as in Cheney.
All right, well, keep up the good work, guys.
All right.
Take care.
Some of those things you just can't get away from. It's funny.
All right, let's go to Dave. Dave, what's going on?
Hey, how are you?
All right.
Dave Douglas.
Guys, we have nothing to say about what happened in New York, so let's just play music.
Guys, I don't want you addressing that. We're a party station. All right, anyway.
So we'll play inappropriate songs because that's all I could think to do in a situation like this.
Oh, boy.
A lot of people's true colors coming out in the last few days. Dave, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Hey.
I originally called. I told them that I wanted to speak about the reaction from Bush, and I'm just looking on the internet as I'm listening to you guys and came across something that I just can't believe is absolutely amazing to me.
Well, if it's on the internet, you shouldn't believe it.
There were 2-year-old kids on some of those planes that were used as bombs against our own country. That is insane to me.
Yeah, isn't that wonderful? And they knew because they had to round up all the passengers. From what we heard from some of the cell phone calls that came from the victims, they had to round them up, so they knew everyone who was on that plane, and they looked in their faces right near them. They were in the same cockpit or cabin they were in, and just decided they weren't worth being alive.
Yeah. What I want to say is I'm 26 years old, and I hear things about my grandparents and the things they did in World War II, and the things that they did for not only their country, but for their world, just the world in general. And I think that people nowadays have to just stop living in the past about how great it was then, and then realize that this is our time now, and we have to not only just demand that action's taken that protects future kids from being used to kill ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. And everyone's given blood, and I just hope that there's a handful, I know our military's out there, and God bless them, that they're willing to not only give blood for those injured, but give blood for their country.
Well, hopefully it's not too much. Hopefully we'll be taking a lot of blood.
Absolutely. And I have no problem. They we're about to decommission the old B-1 bombers from World War II.
Yeah.
My God, I would love to see them uncommission them and just do it old school style. Carpet bomb an entire village.
Let's go old school. Okay, Dave.
From World War II.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Got his P's mixed up.
All right. Hey, Gary, what's up?
Hey, O&A, how you doing?
Good.
First, let me start off. You and YSP, you're doing a great job.
Yeah, YSP definitely did the right thing in Philly.
Yeah.
Right on.
Some of the stations have gone to music, and I think if you're going to play music, let it be apropos, like Goodbye Blue Sky from Pink Floyd, which is kind of what reminds me of the past couple of days. Where they start out, look, Mommy, there's no plane up in the sky.
Well, one of the stations here in New York thought it was cool to play Catch Me Now I'm Falling.
Yeah, that's kind of disgusting. But anyway, last night I had to sit down and tell my daughter, explain to my 7-year-old daughter exactly what was going on. And I have a son that's about to be born any day now. And I heard Bill, the Vietnam vet, talking about he's worried about the youth and how they're going to handle it. I was a little upset after explaining to my daughter, and if you would allow me to take the freedom, about 30 seconds of your time, I wrote down something to kind of straighten out my feelings, and maybe it'll help some of the other people, too.
Sure, go ahead, man.
I'm a 26-year-old father of two who is now afraid of the future that lies ahead for my family and all Americans. On Tuesday, the 11th day of September 2001, terror rained down on this great nation and helped to erode the golden facade that we have all lived behind safely. This was a day of horror, pain, fear, and a day of awakening for all American citizens as well as all civil inhabitants of this planet. Out of nothing other than pure hatred for a society who dares to live free, tens of thousands of lives were ended, and millions of individuals had their security shaken to the core. I will be the first to line up for a chance to defend this wonderful country and any other nation who wishes to live under the banner of freedom. I'm more than willing to give my life in order to preserve the freedoms that we take for granted each and every day for the sake of any and all generations that may follow me. I hope and pray that one day we can realize that we are all brothers of one true race, and that being the human race. May we one day come to the realization that we are all citizens of one nation, a free and democratic earth. I wish to call on all my brothers to stand together now and unite to eradicate the scourge of terror from our earth so that we may all live in peace. When this war is won, may we forever live as a peaceful and free planet to never again take for granted the small things that make life truly wonderful. Until victory is ours, may God, Allah, or whomever you may worship, be with us all.
All right,
and I appreciate your time.
All right, Gary. Bravo. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
There you go.
Yes, Rick.
Wow.
Great clip from John McCain and CD1.
We have to be vigilant and we have to be prepared, and the sooner we eradicate this threat to our nation, the more we can have a permanent sense of security.
Judy, what's going on?
Hey, Opie, I don't want to get you pissed off.
Anthony, everybody, what's up?
I was on hold with my doctor's office on Light FM.
Yeah.
They're playing Don Headley at a New York Minute with the excerpts of what's happening with the president and everything in the background to make everything sound worse than the way he wrote the song.
I hate those.
Yeah, every
things,
tragedy
man.
needs one of those songs where they...
It's bad enough they play the song,
Where they
but
put-
you have to
where-
hear in the background.
Where they put all the clips, the news clips in
Right,
there.
it's all filled in the background.
I'm just waiting for someone to put one together to, Celine Dion, the Titanic song.
Well, when they finished that song, they put on...
Do we have that? 'Cause
Maureen McGovern, not Maureen, the other girl, I Will Remember You.
Uh-huh.
They put that on right after. So, like, this way when they get you, like, you're crying already. So now it's like, let's kick you, leave it a little harder.
Yeah, that's I can't stand those friggin' things. They play the song of the day or whatever it has something to do with the tragedy, and then they put the news clips.
Yeah, they scramble to
Didn't
find
they
the
do a
perfect
John
song.
Lennon
Yeah.
song or something like that? What was the last song they did like that? Was it John Lennon or someone?
Oh God, I can't remember.
There was another song where they did that. They kept filling in the tragedy at that time.
I hate those.
Judy, the New York Minute song was sent to us. Now, we decided before the show we weren't going to play it at all. And Ben is sitting there going, I beg you not to play it.
I don't want to even hear it.
I haven't even heard it. I just want to hear how...
Oh, it is so it is disgusting.
Can we hear like 10 seconds of it? Just to see how...
You're going to cringe in the first...
All right.
Don Henley actually should be suing the radio stations for doing what they did to his song.
The second I cringe, it goes off.
You're going to cringe in 10 seconds.
All right, then that's all we need.
2 airplanes
I mean, it's ridiculous.
crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
First one we thought was an accident. When we heard there was a second one, we definitely thought it was terrorism.
The entire top of the building just collapsed. You can see the plume of smoke is coming in our direction.
I've had enough already. I've had enough.
I just want to hear the vocals, how they justify this out here. Really is.
Because the guy's on Wall Street.
And for us, it's a first.
Now this nation has turned upside down.
Every God. I know I don't really want any more destruction, but yeah.
The first line goes into the man on Wall Street.
Oh, Rick, you okay? Oh, another casualty. Rick just got hit with the friggin' CD case, man. Whoa, that...
Shrapnel.
Rick got hit hard enough with having 52 brothers today.
You all right?
Sorry, Rick.
All right, guys, I hate to do that to you, Opie, but that's what's going on out there.
No, that's no surprise.
No, but we all love you and support you guys as well as the firemen and the policemen and everything that's going on.
You're right, Judy.
Nah, my brother's a cop in there, so...
Is he working?
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually, my sister-in-law's brother's a fireman and found someone on his, one of his partners and found his accountant. So, it's bad enough you find somebody dead.
Right.
He found somebody that's one of his partners and found his accountant. So, I mean, it's just terrible. Terrible. Yeah.
All right, Judy.
We love you guys.
There's nothing to say to that. So
No.
hang in there, okay?
Yep, thanks. Love you.
All
Bye.
right. John, our former intern.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's that?
Nothing much. I just wanted to call you guys. I don't know. I tuned in the other day. I didn't know what the hell you guys were going to do, but what you've been doing for the past 3 days, like, just honestly, me as a person, it's helped out so much. Like, you guys have just calmed me down for 4 hours a day, and I really just wanted to say thanks for everything. I don't know, especially, like, I'm still personally just fathoming what's going on, and even with
all right, even in tragedy, we don't need to hear from John. Oh my God!
What? No,
that's awful. He was just on the phone.
I did not hang up on him.
That's horrible. He must have had a problem with his connection because
John, please call back.
He was disconnected.
This is no time for shenanigans. What happened to his phone?
I heard some schmuck did it with the Imagine song, and then put the clips over it. Someone was also doing the Celine Dion thing.
Oh, it's big business in radio.
They just wait for a tragedy so they could put the news clips
one of these songs,
together with the song.
One of these songs will catch on, whether it's Imagine or the Celine Dion Titanic song or that stupid New York Minute, which is atrocious.
Yeah.
And it'll catch on, and you will hear radio stations all over the country playing it.
Ugh. I never liked those things. They just seem completely self-serving to whoever put them together. You know what I mean?
They did one to the
it's too mushy and yeah.
They did one to the Columbine. They did one to the Oklahoma City bombing.
The last time they did it with a song, it was Lightning Crashes by Live for the Oklahoma City bombing, with the Oklahoma City bombing clips in the background. I don't remember that one.
Okay. Just trying to see where to go. This is taking the energy right out of us.
What, the song?
Yeah, that was just... that was... Did you hear the whole thing, Ben? In the office or something?
I agree. It's just so stupid. I mean,
I'm glad you smashed it.
I don't know.
Okay. Where do you want to go, Ian?
This guy, anywhere. That's fine.
All right. Amy, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Good.
You guys are doing a great job. I just wanted to say I'm actually a social work student. I'm working on my master's, and we had our classes today. They resumed, and it's just unbelievably heartbreaking just how downtrodden we are. And I work with children, and I just can't imagine having to look at, like, Johnny or Sally and be like, explain to them in any kind of reason, like, why Mommy and Daddy are never going to come home again, and, like, why this happened. And, like, us as a profession always kind of prided ourselves on looking at diversity and accepting diversity, and there's, like, no rationale any of us can find until looking into the situation and finding it okay. And it's just completely heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to say tomorrow?
I don't know. I have no idea. I have 2 kids I have to counsel tomorrow, and I have no idea what I'm going to say. I don't know.
Well, you know what? Something will...
wing it.
Yeah, something will come to mind.
Yeah, I have people in my classes who lost people, and they're struggling with the same thing. They're like, I lost someone close to me, and they're like, how in 10 years even am I going to look at someone and ever say, like, this is okay?
Right.
See, with kids and stuff, it's so screwy. That's why I could never do it, and I'm so glad I don't have children, because I would be... you got to be honest with them, but you got to temper it with keeping them children. You don't want to smash them in the head with this information, and I just can't do that. I'd be well, Junior, these little MRFers came over here and blew up our buildings and killed a lot of people, and now we got to go over there and kick their sorry asses. The kid be crying.
I know. One of my teachers was working in the profession for years, and she lives 2 blocks away from the World Trade Center, and she was there on Tuesday, and she even said her perception has just changed so much. It's like when you work with people, it's like you try to focus on the positive, and there's just...
Yeah.
What do you do? I mean, it's just awful.
All right. Well, good luck tomorrow, Amy.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
They're counting on you, so try to figure something out.
I know. Hopefully by tomorrow I'll think of something.
All right, cool.
Thanks, guys.
Listen, we're running out of steam, obviously. I think you can hear in our voices. We got like 10 minutes left today, so why don't we just try to get as many phone calls on as possible so you guys could really help us, just say what you want to say and let us move on and just try to get as many calls on the next 10 minutes, okay?
There you go.
We pretty much discussed everything, so, just make it quick and to the point, and we'll move through these phones and give a lot of people a chance to say something, okay?
All right. A lot of papers and internet sites now printing pictures of the World Trade Center on fire, having the devil face. Is the face of Satan in the smoke? Look, it's a totally different one, Rick.
Oh, that's a new?
Yeah, that's a new one. This is the Satan with the horns. I mean, you could pick out anything in smoke, for God's sake. Now they're reaching.
Yeah, I got a picture with the mummy face coming out of it.
Did Satan rear his ugly head?
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't even think twice about it.
It's like the face on Mars. All right, well, whatever.
All right, let's go through these phones now for the next 10 minutes. Mark, what's going on?
What's up?
Hey.
I live in upstate New York, up in Monroe, and I just wanted to say, man, you guys, that moment of silence you did yesterday, that was so touching, man. Sometimes to just put the anger aside for a minute and just think of people, man, it was something. And
well, I hope all the radio stations went with that yesterday. We're gonna do it again today. The interesting thing here in New York, we have this alarm set where if there's too much silence on this radio station, that this alarm goes off and goes
dead
nuts,
air
right?
alarm.
And then what happens? Do they kick it over to a tape or something?
Gives Pete a heart attack.
Yeah.
They needed
Engineers
that.
come running.
I think they installed that when Scotzo was here, just in case he dropped dead at the mic.
Yeah.
And what-
They would have to know to come in. And
Yeah, because we ended with a moment of silence, and all of a sudden the alarms are going off like crazy. I'm like, no, Ben, keep, hang in there, another 10 seconds. And then we finally got out of it, so Pete didn't have to come back to the city to figure out what was going on. So,
yeah.
All right.
and just one more thing.
Yeah.
What did you guys think of Bush's comments today? Did he look a little more emotional, or?
I think he was trying. I think he heard a lot of feedback, and his people told him he's got to look a little more emotional. I want to see some honest emotion, and I do support him.
I thought I saw some honest emotion, Anthony,
during the phone call that he made.
Yeah, because it was
with Giuliani.
There were things he definitely wanted to say, but it looked like, all right, here's a guy talking to the mayor of our city and kind of talking from the heart. And I don't think you could fake, your eyes watering up like it did on him. I really thought that he was trying to hold it together. Like he wanted to show that he has a heart and emotion, but he certainly didn't want to cry in front of America. So he got out of there fast.
And
I was all right with that.
The speeches though are a little rehearsed sounding.
Right.
But the phone call was definitely authentic, some emotion there.
And he's coming here tomorrow, and I can't imagine what I'm going to see in the sky to make sure this whole island of Manhattan is secure.
Yeah, man, it's going to be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, guys, I'm going to go. Today I can't really say you guys suck, man. You guys are the greatest.
All right, thanks, Mark.
Talk to you later.
All right, let's move right on to Tom. Tom, what do you have to add?
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
You guys have been doing great, man. I have to say that. First off, the songs that they put the whatever to, you know what I'm talking about. There's a station on Long Island that did Oh Beautiful by Ray Charles or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they put the news clips over it?
Yeah, it's really, really good. That's the one song I heard that really goes with everything.
We're just not fans of
I
those
don't
type
like
of songs.
that.
So.
You know something? There's enough emotion and sadness and depression just watching the clips and actually hearing them as they happen. Why the hell would I want to subject myself to hearing a moving song with depressing, moving? It might just take some heroin and alcohol.
Yeah,
if you want to get into that state of depression.
I don't mind hearing the Ray Charles song. I just don't need all those horrific news clips.
It's too much. You're overdosing on depressing emotion. I don't need it.
I have no problem listening to Imagine by John Lennon, and that'll get me going a little bit. But you certainly don't need the news clips in there to hammer your point.
Do people like to hurt and feel like crap and feel all depressed? I don't. And I had enough with the news clips. Yeah.
The whole thing is, guys, that the song uplifts you as you're hearing the stuff. It's like basically saying that it's a great country to be in and that we're going to overcome it. You know what I'm saying?
I'll feel that way without the song.
Song without the clips, I could handle.
Clips without the song, we've handled. We've heard over the past 2 days.
There you go.
They're bad enough.
one more thing. Are they going to do a draft anytime soon or what for this?
Well,
I don't know.
We'll see what
that.
happens, all right?
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Let's try to get through these calls fast. Dave, you're next on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
I've been at the site since 8 o'clock last night, man. It's a real mess, but I'll tell you what. It's the consensus among all of us, man. We're all saying the same thing. We've got to build something bigger and better down there. We're not going to let it stop us.
You'll see backing by developers, and we'll have a beautiful new structure there in the skyline that we can be proud of.
Complete new twin towers again.
Yep. All right, Dave. Thank you. And thanks for all your hard work down there. Carla, what's up? Carla.
Hey, I'm here. I'm sorry, guys.
Let's go.
I just want to say I went to buy my flag today in the Apollo Flag Shop in Totowa. There was a line of hundreds of people around the building waiting. Even when the guy came out and said, we have no more big flags, there's going to be a truck coming in, everybody still waited. I managed to get a flag. I'm hanging it from my balcony. I hope everybody will do the same thing.
Well, I hope this just isn't a fad,
Me
like
too.
this whole support behind the country, and when we finally do have a response to this support for the troops, I hope it just doesn't end up a fad where then all of a sudden everyone's like, they forget. Americans, we forget really quickly because we have it so good here, and we should take our feelings on how good we have it here and keep that in mind, that terrible things have happened, and we have to support the country and our military.
We do. We really have to. And I had my roommate from college. Her brother was on the 104th floor. And when the plane hit the building, he called her, and he said, I'm trapped. I don't think I'm going to get out. And he's still among the missing, so my prayers are with everyone. And I just hope that somehow or other that more lives are found under that building.
Yeah, we can only hope.
All right, guys. You're doing a great job. Thanks so much.
Hey, Carla.
All right,
bye. Limo Ant wants in on this.
Uh-oh.
Limo.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Hey. Limo Ant, don't laugh. It might shake the buildings that are already very shaky with that annoying laugh of yours.
Nah, I lost a bunch of clients, so it's a bad situation, but I just wanted to tell you that...
You lost a bunch of drivers.
You're gonna lose a bunch of drivers.
Yeah, I know. It's scary. It's scary. I know a couple of car services, they're actually out of business now because they lost their signal on top of the World Trade Center. They're totally out of business. But what I was calling, Hope, is your old station, there's like a line a half a mile long on Sunrise for donations, BAB, people just giving flags and water and just stuff for these workers.
Very cool.
So I just want to let you guys know that. I hope all's well. You guys are doing a great job. Keep it up.
All right, bro.
All right, bro.
Thank you.
Bye.
Let's go on
God,
to...
I cannot wait for the day where we just abuse him again. So much fun.
I was biting my lip.
I know.
It was killing me. How do you not abuse him when he calls in?
Limo Ant, you gotta rail on him. He's a tool.
Ed, what's up?
We threw darts
Hey,
at him.
guys. I just got back not too long ago. Peter Gansey, he was a fire chief. He's got that story in Newsday.
Yeah.
Big hero. The first tower collapsed. He climbed out. And he was there when the second tower collapsed. They already had a wake for him earlier today. If these a-holes could see the damage that they've done to one family and friends and whatnot.
And now multiply that by thousands.
Times that by, 10,000 probably.
It's unbelievable. There's another wake tonight. It's in Farmingdale, right off of Main Street. If anybody knew him, it'd be nice to go down and show some support. But just like I said, man, it's unbelievable the damage that these people did, and somebody's got to pay.
Yeah,
somebody's got to pay.
It'll happen, I'm sure.
Thanks a lot, guys. You've been terrific.
Hang in there, man.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, that's awful.
Mike, you're next. Mike?
Yes.
You're on the radio.
Okay.
Like now.
Yes.
Like speak.
You're on the radio.
I don't even think we could say there's a big delay, because I don't think there's
no delay. Mike.
Yes.
Speak. You're on the air.
How you doing?
Very good.
Yeah, the last song was that song by Lone Star, I believe it was. I know you had your last caller on trying to figure out who exactly it was.
Yeah. And who was that for?
That was the Dale Earnhardt tribute song.
Oh, they had a Dale Earnhardt tribute song?
Yeah.
With news clips and...
Yep.
That could have taken 5 seconds instead of a minute and a half. Mike, how much dust did you breathe in today?
How much stuff did I breathe in today?
Okay. Hey, Mike, thank you so much for calling.
All right, thank you.
All right, Mike. There he goes. You know what?
Nice. I know you mothers are laughing right now. I know it. I know there's a bunch of you going, look at how they're trying to stay in control.
Horrible.
I could feel it. I could feel it. Stop giggling.
Yeah.
All right. Sean, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I think that they should build a 110-story building in the shape of the middle finger.
Yeah, there's already pictures of that on the internet.
Oh, I didn't see that. No, but
it's okay. But there's already someone that came up with a picture of what they want the building to look like, and it's like,
wow, that'd be cool.
It's a fist with a middle finger.
You guys are doing a really good job. Thanks for helping us out.
All right, Sean. Thanks. Let's move on to Vanessa in Sacramento, California. Vanessa.
Hi.
Hi. What's up?
I've actually been listening to you guys for a while. You're the only station on the FM broadband out here that's still talking about this.
Really?
And
Everyone else needs to go back to playing music and playing their commercials. Great.
they have. There are stations that haven't even said anything, and there's stations that are just saying, oh, everybody, put your newspapers away, turn off your TV, and let's just forget about it. And what they don't realize is our course of history has now been changed.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm just amazed. I know there's a lot of angry people, and I have been watching TV, and I've seen the New Yorkers, when they show the clips of people running, they're stopping, picking people up and carrying them out, and it's just phenomenal. The people out there, I think it's amazing, and God bless everybody out there. My prayers are with everybody that is directly affected by this, and I'm glad that you guys are still talking about it and letting people know what's going on.
Yeah, we said it a lot today. I'm embarrassed to be part of this radio business today because, if you can't do a show under these circumstances and just go on the air for 4 straight hours without playing music and commercials and just hanging and allowing people to vent, then you really shouldn't be in this business. You're pathetic. Yeah. You're pathetic as a program director if you think it's more important to go back to music already. It's odd. This is the easiest radio show to do. I mean, we're not patting ourselves on the back today. I got to tell you guys, this is a piece of cake to do. You just go on the air and you plunk down phones and you let people talk and you let them vent and say what they're feeling. It doesn't take any talent whatsoever to do this. And to think there are program directors and radio stations out there that already gave up and just went back to, what they think is normal programming for their station is ridiculous.
We've talked a lot in the past few months about responsibility of broadcasting. A lot of people have asked us, how could you broadcast what you do? You're irresponsible broadcasters. I think when something happens like that happened Tuesday, it is a responsibility of radio to open it up to the people that listen on a daily basis and give them the forum that they need to speak out. And that's responsibility, not making sure you get your spins in on your records that you're playing, not making sure you make the budget and you got to play your commercials. The responsible part comes when something happens, like happened on Tuesday, and then you allow the public to come on what are called the public airwaves and just talk about it.
Yeah, radio was made for this. There's a lot of, you guys don't even know, because like I said, I'm a student of radio. Radio sucks. Everyone knows it. There's a bunch of stations out there. They play the same music over and over again. The DJs have nothing to say, and all these program directors and the bigwigs in these companies, they can't understand why radio is so bad. Mm-hmm. I understand it, because if you can't do a show under these circumstances and just open up the phones and allow people to vent, you just should not be in this business. This business doesn't need you. It's better without you. What are you sitting there on your... I'll even use some technology for the people. Are you sitting there on your selector trying to figure out what song goes great with Godsmack under these circumstances? You're pathetic. Talking about the happy hour that your station's going to do tomorrow?
Yeah, some people,
and then you
I guess, want to return to the normalcy a little quicker.
Then you sit there at the R&R convention or these, these big get-togethers and wonder why radio sucks. Can't figure out why radio sucks and why radio listening is down. Why aren't people listening to rock radio anymore? Why? If you can't figure it out, you really should go into another business.
This though is the, I think the responsibility part of radio, to open it up. And, we've been criticized, and a lot of people have been criticized in radio about not serving the public interest in what they do, because they don't agree with the content of the shows that are on. This is the public interest. It's times like this. And, other parts of the public interest are making people laugh or have a good time on their way home when everything's fine.
Yeah.
But the responsible part, and the part that is in the public interest, is opening up the station to the listeners so they can communicate their feelings and ideas on the public airwaves like they have been on a few stations around the city.
Right on.
Yeah.
With that, we're out of here, man.
Ron and Fez.
Ron and Fez are up next, and, there's only one way to end the show, just like we did yesterday. A moment of silence for, the victims and their families, okay? And, the great talk and all the phone calls will continue with Ron and Fez here in New York, okay?
Right.
I gotta say it again, everyone at this station doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
With, this situation, so. All right, guys, thanks. Tomorrow we're gonna try to, lighten up a little bit. We're gonna try to get some of the O&A family in here so we can at least hang and feel like, something's going on.
One more thing. You mentioned the whole station's done a great job. The freedom we've all been given to be as stupid and asinine as we want on a daily basis also has been the freedom that we've been given to come on and do what we want during this crisis, which is open up the phones and just talk to people commercial free. And you gotta appreciate that and give props to management here, because they've done a great job just letting us do it.
Oh, it's killing them. They're losing a ton of money.
Oh, I know. Ken Stevens running around like chicken without a head.
He's been really cool. I gotta say, there's other people that are getting a little freaked out by it. And the reality is that we're gonna have to go back to commercials very, very soon.
Mm-hmm.
I'm praying. I don't control this place. A lot of people think, Ant and I do. I'm praying we could go commercial free again tomorrow and start up on Monday, but I don't know. I don't know if we can.
We'll
but
see. We'll play it by ear.
Certainly will not be doing the live reads.
We'll play it by ear, man.
But thanks, guys. Thanks for letting us rant. And a moment of silence for the victims and their families.